at this juncture. Ensuring food security is ensuring national security as well. But what achievements were recorded so far and what anticipatory challenges are we really facing in the 21st century? I'm joined here in the studio by International Livestock Research Institute's Director General, representatives to Ethiopia, and the CGIR's country convener, Dr. Namukholovic. I'm your host, Gzachu. Do stay with us. Dr. Namukholovic, it's an honor for me, and welcome to EBC.
Thank you for having me, and yeah, I'm happy to be here.
You're always happy also.
Yes.
You are a Pan-Africanist and who also specializes in different fields of food system summit, especially in agriculture and agriculture-related areas or other food system summits. And you are also a lecturer for 2 decades nearly, as you told me.
Used to be. Used to be. I taught at 2 universities, the University of Botswana and the Northwest University in South Africa.
In South Africa.
Yeah.
You are also a daughter of Kenneth Kaunda, being a Pan-Africanist.
Yes, I am a Zambian citizen, and so definitely a daughter of Kenneth Kaunda, and his Pan-Africanist ideas were taught very widely in schools at the time I was in school.
Great. So that's why you get passionate in this spectrum. Anyways, let's come to the main agenda that we are here in the studio today regarding the UN Food System Summit. Would you take us the trajectory the UN Food System Summit has gone through, and why is it so important?
Well, I mean, the first UN Food System Summit was in 2021. So the preparations started late 2020, and then the summit itself was in September 2021. The reason for the summit was really recognizing the limited amount of progress that we were making globally on SDGs, on the Sustainable Development Goals. So the UN Food System Summit was actually brought into being to try and accelerate progress on Sustainable Development Goals, and also realizing that if we transformed our food systems, we could actually catalyze progress on all 17 SDGs. And because it's a UN summit and a UN process, it implies all UN member states coming together in an unprecedented effort of all countries trying to transform food systems at the same time. So it can really have significant momentum on the process.
Why is so critical platform for global food system summit transformation?
It's critical because, for one, we are not doing very well on addressing different forms of malnutrition. So we have a lot of undernutrition, many children stunted, over 155 million children globally stunted. We have more than 2 billion people that have micronutrient deficiencies across the world. We also have more than 2 billion around that are also having overweight and obesity. So we've got multiple forms of malnutrition, and that's what our current food systems are delivering. We need to do better. We need to move towards better diets and nutrition. We need to move towards more sustainable diets. If we transformed our food systems, we can do that. But we can also transform food systems in such a way that we address other issues. Livelihoods, creating jobs for those that are engaged in agri-food systems. We can strengthen trade relationships. We can also address the climate challenges that we have by transforming our food systems. So simply by looking at our food systems differently, we can address multiple challenges that we face: climate, environment, nutrition.
These three things are interrelated, either from the effect to the cause or from cause to the effect. We will go through in the course of our discussion. But in the course of our discussion, as you have said, close to 2 billion are malnourished, and close to 2 billion are facing the challenges of obesity out of 8 billion plus world population that we have. So 50% of global population is facing such challenge. Why?
So the number, the way in which you are adding the numbers is not necessarily the way it should be added, because it's not like you have 2 billion people who are obese and they are not facing micronutrient deficiencies. The same person can face multiple forms of malnutrition. The same person can be obese, but the very same person can also have micronutrient deficiencies. So the numbers, it's a lot more complex than that. But why is it like that? One, our consumption patterns are not always healthy. We consume in such a way that we are not getting the right types and amounts of nutrients that we need. Either it's proteins or micronutrients that is lacking. At the same time, we have been transitioning into much more energy-dense diet, more fats, more sugars. That brings challenges now of overweight and obesity. And so it's really a complex situation, and this is why if we transform our food systems in a sustainable direction, in a direction that provides a more diverse food basket, a masob, a more diverse food basket, we can actually address multiple SDG goals. Imagine if our food systems transformed in the right way, such that we have the right levels of productivity for those engaged in agricultural production. Those many smallholders can improve their income levels. They would be able to provide for other needs. If we have more income base, our governments will also have a stronger tax base. So that there is this ripple effect. And then at the same time, if the production practices are climate smart, then not only do we transform food systems and provide a more diverse food basket, we could at the same time then be addressing some of our climate challenges as well as environmental challenges. So just by looking at food systems transformation, we can address multiple challenges that we need to address to make progress on SDGs.
In the course of our discussion, how do you assess and how our leaders, global leaders, do aware of the fact that this is the main challenge that we are facing today? Not only generations of today, but also generations of tomorrow will going to inherit the same problem where people fail to ensure that food security, especially bounty of basket.
I think that is the opportunity that is inherent in the UN Food Systems Summit process. Creating that greater awareness, not only to our leaders, but across our populations. So with the summit, because we have heads of states engaging in the process, we have ministers of agriculture, ministers of health, ministers of environment, literally multiple sectors that are engaging. That is an opportunity in of itself. It is the first time, I think, when we have had literally the entire globe focusing on a common goal of transforming food systems. It is an opportunity that must be leveraged, and I think I would like to commend you actually as Ethiopian Broadcasting Corporation, because I've seen that you have been doing a lot to try and actually create this awareness. That is good, because we need that awareness for people to be able to respond, for development partners, for all food systems actors. You and I, we are also food systems actors because we eat.
Yeah,
so,
right you are.
so the awareness is very useful.
The aim of the summit, the UN Food System Summit, is to assess the global progress in transforming food system summits and forging cohesive strategy regarding resilience, equality, and sustainability. Since its inception, 2021, 4 years has lapsed. How do you assess the resilience, the especially sustainability-based approach?
So I think the first thing in terms of that has happened, which is commendable as a result of the UN Food System Summit process, is just the level of awareness that it has created.
Okay.
There is, when you are working in the agriculture sector, you hear a lot of people saying, food systems transformation, I'm doing food systems. So that level of awareness is increasing. That's one thing that has been achieved.
Okay.
The second is that we've then had multiple countries developing food systems transformation pathways and roadmaps. That's more now towards action. So we've developed action plans, many of them visionary, in that they are informed by a common vision around which all food systems actors should align to really make progress towards that common vision. That is some progress that has been made. The third is we are beginning to see a lot of discussion on what kind of investments do we need to actually move from food systems transformation pathways and roadmaps to real action that actually delivers momentum. And that level of momentum would actually help us, so that we are beginning to talk about investments more seriously, I think is an important. So to me, that is progress. I think where we are going to face some challenges is how we really realize that goodwill that so far we have got. We are seeing some progress already here in Ethiopia. The amount of trees, for example, that has been planted
every year
through the Green Legacy, that's a contribution to the Ethiopia's food systems transformation pathways. So we are seeing some progress, but I think we need to do a lot more on the investment side. And then we need to do a lot more on ensuring that all food systems actors in each country are aligning. Because if we all continue moving business as usual, we will not be able to make the progress we are making. So we have to be deliberate about aligning to those common visions that countries have put in place. Because if we don't, we can end up with trade-offs and we can lose coherence.
The British anthropologist Gary Hardin says the tragedy of the commons. When world leaders fail to come together toward the common vision, which you have clearly reiterated, eventually the problem is transboundary. It is not confined to a certain boundary or a certain state that is under threat regarding this. How concerted and coordinated all heads of states and governments, being aware of the fact that this is a global issue. In the 21st century, we are facing two extreme weather situations because of climate change. How far really the issue is taken into account and the governments are coordinated, having a holistic approach?
So I think in terms of coordination, the coordination is needed at the actions that we actually take place. Those actions take place at country level.
At country level, yeah.
We always look for global progress, and I always say global progress is the result of different actions taking place in different places, in countries. If a country is to make progress, it is making progress because in different localities in that country, things are going in the right direction. So the first thing we need from our leaders is the will to really act. We are moving in that direction. The second thing that we need in terms of coordination amongst our leaders is to agree on investing, making deliberate efforts to invest in the transformation processes. Then the third that we need from our leaders is commitment to ensuring coherence.
Okay.
Because we have multiple efforts taking place in each country. They should not be happening in isolation. They must be coordinated. If we get the will and put in place the policy structures, if we have the investment, and then we have a coordinated and coherent process, we can make progress. And that's what we need from our leaders.
Good. Awesome, really. The challenge that today we all are facing is climate change or global warming, the greenhouse emission, where Africa is the least contributor in this regard, but also the most affected continent.
Yes.
How do you see that?
Well, it is true that Africa has contributed the least to the emissions thus far, but is actually suffering the most.
The most, yeah.
We are sitting here in a country where we've just gone through multiple droughts, right?
Yeah.
If it's not a drought, it's a flood, it's, so we are in trouble. But when it comes to acting, I think what we as Africans need to keep in mind is that the fact that we are most affected should actually make us want to make a difference that much more. You don't have to tell the smallest smallholder farmers in the rural area in this country that the climate has changed. They will tell you.
Yeah,
something is different. This is not the way things used to be.
They feel the pain. Yeah.
They can feel the pain. So what we are seeing now, at least, in 2023, we had the Africa Climate Summit. And the sentiment coming out of that summit is the issue around that Africa needs to develop. Africa depends on agriculture for its development agenda, but it's being held back by climate change and environmental challenges. So for us to continue the development path that we want, we cannot do that without paying attention to climate challenges. We cannot produce more food that we need if we don't bring on board climate smart production practices. We cannot get to better nutrition and produce that more diverse food basket if we don't worry about the climate. So the only way we will be able to get this sustainable development for the continent is if the production practices, the policies, everything that we do also addresses climate, because that is a barrier.
Yeah.
But hopefully, by doing that, we can actually bring the whole world along with us, because this is the continent where most of the food production that needs to increase must happen. And so therefore, this is also the continent that provides an opportunity for the world to do better on food production practices that are more climate friendly. All we need is the right investments, like I said, the right policy instruments, and of course, the right coherence across countries and across regions.
No. Climate-friendly and resilience is an exit strategy where countries have in place to implement. And Africa also at continental level endorsed CADEP, the Comprehensive Africa's Agricultural Development Program, which is good also in place. But the productivity of land, because of climate change and the carrying capacity of land depletes from time to time because of different things, the productivity, but on the other hand, the demography increases. So the carrying capacity of land depletes from time to time, demography increases from time to time. So how are you going to reconcile these two diametrically opposite issues in African context?
So this is where we really need research to come into play and help us.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to produce more food, but we need to produce more food in a climate crisis. The solutions will come from research looking at what are the climate smart solutions that we can bring on board in contexts of specific localities. So it's not one solution that goes to every country and it's going to land there exactly in the same way. So our researchers on the continent must find solutions that can help us produce more food, a more diverse food basket, but do so in spite of the climate crisis that we are facing. Bring on board policy combinations that will work with solutions to be able to deliver better for our food systems. If we don't do that, we can't make the kinds of progress that we actually require.
Still, let's focus still on CADEP and the transformative approach that African governments endorse it. How do you assess the possible outcomes and the transformative approach many African leaders endorse it in their respective countries?
So I think looking at CADEP right now, we are in the Kampala Declaration. I was fortunate enough to have been part of the process that was developing the Kampala Declaration. Since we're talking about the UN Food Systems Summit, during the process of developing those pathways by different countries for the summit in 2021, the African Union, led by the African Union Development Agency, AUDA-NEPAD, led a parallel process where they looked at the different pathways across countries to look at common elements for the continent and developed a common position on food systems transformation. That has informed the Kampala Declaration. So the Kampala Declaration has taken a food systems approach, implying there is an opportunity to develop some coordination across countries, across the continent. And by working with the CADEP process, we can now look at issues around the Africa Free Trade Area, Continental Free Trade issue, looking at resilience issues, looking at addressing issues around the youth employment and the like. So there is an opportunity there to bring coordination and collaboration across African countries. So it's really, and it's also responding to climate. So it's an opportunity for 54 countries to work in the same direction at the same time.
In order to ensure food security and the food system transformation, environmental protection and the conservation is so important and vital.
Yes.
In order to protect the environment, climate change must be tackled. Yes. Ethiopia, since the last 7 consecutive years, planted more than 40 billion seedlings for the Green Legacy and through the Green Legacy initiatives. How do you see that, and what's your take on that?
I think it is a commendable effort. I actually saw at COP29, there was a presentation from Ethiopia, where they showed some satellite mapping images, where over time you can actually see more greening of some spaces. So it definitely, there is progress being made there. During the development of Ethiopia's pathway and roadmap, one of the things that us nutritionists were advocating for were for half of the trees that are planted to be fruit trees. And we are seeing some progress in that direction as well. And so I think the idea of the Green Legacy effort, it's really quite commendable. One is, when we are talking about climate change, the area where a country like Ethiopia would be contributing indirectly to greenhouse gas emissions is through deforestation, which is the environmental thing. Now, planting trees is one thing that we can do without too much help from anywhere else. Our communities can plant more trees, we can galvanize school children and everybody. So it's really a low-hanging fruit for us. And so that's why I'm saying it is a commendable effort, and it links to that, to environment, it links to climate as well. And then it also links to nutrition, because if we're going to be planting some fruit trees, yes.
You can ensure it, because it has back and forth implications. The environmental conservation also, not only for people, those who are enjoying sedentary life, but also pastoral communities. Different parts of Africa, there are millions and millions of pastoral communities who are facing the impacts of climate change. The tropical livestock unit at continental level is still low. So what is your take on that, especially for pastoral communities across the continent?
So for pastoral communities, we need to look at rangeland management. We need to manage those rangelands differently. We need to look at stocking. We need to look at the mobility of the pastoral communities over I know, thousand, maybe millions of years. Pastoral communities have sustained those livelihoods by moving around.
They know, they move back and forth transhumance.
You understand? So when they move from one place to another, they may leave that place to allow regrowth and regeneration in that place. What we need to do now, as we get into rangeland management, let's bring in new science, yes, but let's also learn from the indigenous knowledge that has accumulated in those communities for a long time.
The coping strategies.
Not only coping strategies, even just how they would manage to know when to move. They didn't stay in one place too long to degrade the environment, which is now happening. Why is it happening now? What kind of stocking numbers do we need to have? So yes, pastoral communities are also part of food systems transformation. We need to look at that context as well to look for solutions. In fact, on tomorrow, is it tomorrow, we have there's going to be a session at the summit that specifically focuses on pastoralism and food systems transformation.
But so before we conclude our discussion, for the upcoming, the 4th UN Food System Summit, or the summit which is underway now, what sort of outcomes do we expect, and even post-summits to be done? Something which we all shouldn't manage to miss.
I think, for me, maybe 3 things.
3 things.
One is the need for us not to lose sight of those common visions in our transformation pathways. The common vision is what is going to help align the different food systems actors. So we must keep it in mind. It doesn't matter where you are operating in food systems, you need to be thinking about how you are contributing to that common vision. So that's number one.
Number one, good.
Two is then to look at countries have got all kinds of programs and policy strategies in place already. How are we going to bring those together in a food systems approach to deliver towards that common vision? And then the third is, what kind of investments do we need to make that happen? If we walk out of this summit without clear indication of how we are moving forward on those three, then we are going to lose the momentum and the opportunity that the summit gives us.
Wow, awesome, really much appreciated. Dr. Namukolokovic, really, it's a wonderful idea and insight that you gave us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Great. So EBC is your office, and I hope we'll keep in touch and having many issues to discuss and to give awareness for the audience. So this is really...
Well, I live here in Ethiopia, so I'm just around.
Yeah, you are an Ethiopian because of Lucy also. Not only because of your profession, but also, but you are an Ethiopian.
Yes, thank you.
Because of Lucy.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Lucy is my ancestor.
Definitely, yeah. The ancestor of all of us and the ancestor of more than 8 billion world population.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, by this, we come to the end of this show. You can follow us on different social media platforms of Ethiopian Broadcasting Corporation. Until we meet with another edition of EBC's program, thank you so much for being with us. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Wow. Unmissable. I like it.
Alootaaf badhaasee jiram. Wanciin
around the globe. I'm Demis Makrao, joined by my colleague Gizacho Dareb here in a studio. Just before the official opening of the second UN Food Summit that is taking place here in Addis Ababa. This is a historic moment for Ethiopia, Africa, and the globe in terms of transforming the global food systems. This year's the UN Food Summit is actually happening after 4 years. That happened in New York back in 2021. This year's summit is joined by key global figures, including Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta and Somalian President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, as well as Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who has regional and international leadership experiences, and they bring it to the forefront in transforming the global food system in general. So this is our live broadcast here from EBC studio, and now we're gonna start about this annual summit. What are the key thematic areas that's expected to be discussed and key important issues that the leaders will address in Addis Ababa? Gizacho, good morning once again.
Good morning to you, Demis.
So as we said in the outset of this program, Ethiopia is preparing to host the second UN Food Systems Summit. So what does it mean to Ethiopia? Let's start from this.
It means a lot for Ethiopia and for Africa as well, because this is a global issue beyond Continental. So it kicks off yesterday, but this is the official ceremony, and the official opening will kick off in a minute's time. Ethiopia is transforming in terms of ensuring food security at continental level, and which is witnessed by global audience and global community too. The Green Legacy initiative that the government embarked on, the agricultural transformation government is working on, even the wheat initiative, where Ethiopia took unflinching stand and commitment in terms of wheat production and exporting it to the neighboring countries as well. So in previous times and years, Ethiopia costs us more than $2 billion USD every year to import wheat to ensure food security. But in recent years, the government took such commitment to embark on the agricultural transformation, where wheat is the prior, where Ethiopia had many irrigable lands in the lowlands of eastern parts of Ethiopia, Afar and Somali region, and the cluster farming Ethiopia is doing well. So it gives a leverage for Ethiopia to host this summit. So Ethiopia is a beacon of Africa, and a beacon of in terms of agriculture, in terms of green legacy initiatives, in terms of environmental conservation. So this is a leverage for Ethiopia, not only for Ethiopia as well, but also a model at continental level for other African countries to learn from Ethiopia.
Yeah, so we have an exclusive interview with the UN Food Systems Deputy yesterday with EBC, and she said this summit is for the first time to be held in a developing country like Ethiopia, and actually in Africa as well. I know it has very far-reaching implications in terms of transforming the food systems in general, but how do you see Addis Ababa's capacity? Let's take a moment to reflect on that. Addis Ababa's capacity to host this kind of massive international conference, because we see last year more than 100 plus international conferences took place in Addis Ababa, and this one is another in the list. So how do you express the Addis Ababa's potential in terms of hosting these kind of summits?
This is not the first of its kind where Addis Ababa hosts such kinds of international conferences. Since 2024 up to the early 2025, more than 100, as you have said, and in 2024, close to 60 international conferences were held in Ethiopia. If you remember last year, July 2024, World Without Hunger Conference was held here. The Lucy's 50th discovery anniversary was also held in Addis Ababa. Many international conferences were held in Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa is not the Addis Ababa of yesterday or the Addis Ababa of last year or 10 years ago. Addis Ababa has been already renovated. Many people who arrived at Addis Ababa, in Addis, get surprised and amazed because of its renovation, and Addis Ababa is the new city. So Ababa in Amharic means flower, so Addis Ababa becomes a flower. And from different corners you can see where the city is under renovated and under renovation. So it is so smart. There are also many international conferences where Addis Ababa has hosted so far. So Addis Ababa has rich experience to host such kinds of international standard conferences which were held successfully in terms of accommodation, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of security, in terms of conference tourism. Addis Ababa, no doubt about it. And so this is a lived reality. No one can deny Addis Ababa is in a position to host such kinds of international conferences.
Great. So one of the reasons why Addis Ababa is selected for this summit is because of all what you said.
Yeah.
But let's proceed to that. And you know, Ethiopia is already launched a food sovereignty campaign, and there are flagship projects like Yelemat Trufat, which we literally translate like bounty of the basket, and other important projects that transforms Ethiopian food security project. So let's take a moment to reflect on that. How do you see Ethiopia's campaign in terms of ensuring food security at national level, and how do you express the Yelemat Trufat, which we say bounty of the basket?
You see, when you go to the regional states at federal level, you see a competition between regional states to achieve the already set goal to ensure that the food security or food sovereignty, the bounty of the basket. You can take the school feeding. Millions and millions of students got this chance to be fed in the school. So a school dropout has been close to zero nowadays. It has also a human rights issue. Ensuring food security and is a human rights issue, not a simple issue that we can discuss on. So Ethiopia took commitment to ensure food security both at household level and at national level by transforming its agricultural approach and agricultural system by providing agricultural inputs. You can say seeds, you can see fertilizers, and other extension mechanisms that can enhance the Ethiopia's agricultural transformation to meet its goal. So the agricultural transformation approach the government already endorsed gives each and every household a momentum and leverage to produce more. It is an initiative where people can strive to do more in terms of agriculture, in terms of animal productivity, in terms of environmental protection. So these are interrelated. One is the product of the other, and one is an ingredient for the other. So environmental protection, agricultural transformation, and household level engagement gives Ethiopia to be the bounty of basket for Africans as well, and also at national level. This is really a commendable approach where many African countries praises it.
Yeah, that is true. Actually, Ethiopia is an agrarian economy. Of course, presently the government is working to diversify sectors of the economy to the mining, manufacturing,
the five
tourism.
pillars.
Yes. There are 5 pillars of the economy. Previously, as we know, there is ADLI, agriculture development, late industrialization.
Right,
that actually happened around the mid-1990s. And now it's, you know...
Even post-ADLIN, there is also GTP, the Growth and Transformation Program.
Yes.
And post-GTP, this is a diversified transformation where the government is endorsing the 5 pillars especially.
Yes. You know, currently, the Ethiopian government has already, you know, introduced a 10-year Ethiopia's National Agriculture Investment Plan that runs between 2021 to 2030, following the ADLI and what you mentioned, GTP1 and GTP2. So this 10-year National Agriculture Investment Plan outlines priorities in terms of crop production, livestock, and other sectors as well. So, you know, the share of the agriculture is really, you know, very, very huge in Ethiopia's economy. It is 36% of the GDP, as well as 75% of our export earnings are, you know, from the agriculture sector. So this summit has far-reaching implication for Ethiopia because, you know, nearly 85% of Ethiopian population lives still in rural areas where 90% of the agriculture is practiced by smallholder farmers. One of the things that we have to, I think, discuss is the inclusion of smallholder farmers. Previously, in the first UN Food Summit system, smallholder farmers were not focused.
Yeah.
But this round, it's expected to be included as the main agenda of the summit. So how do you express this relevance in terms of, adding energy to the small-scale holder farmers, especially in the Ethiopian context?
For the policy to be productive and effective, it has to be holistic. Holistic in a sense, both large-scale farmings and the small farm holders should be incorporated into the system so that your plan and your approach, your system is holistic and pervasive. If it is not inclusive, you see, you will going to miss the other sections of the society, which should not be missed. In this regard, the Ethiopia's 10 years agricultural plan from 2021 up to 2030 has to be, at the government endorsed, inclusive. You see, versatile, inclusive, all approach. See, the pervasiveness and the holisticness means you bring every stakeholders on board for the realization and for the implementation of the policy and toward the desired vision and the desired goal. So no one is left behind and no one is left out, which means everybody has a stake in the development of this country. So we all are eating from one national cake, which is Ethiopia. Both rural and urban dwellers think something better tomorrow. So
I want to ask you, a question. Many smallholder farmers in Ethiopian context have less than half a hectare.
Yeah.
And we say around 90%, 95%, agriculture is practiced by these smallholder farmers that contribute 90% of the total agricultural output. Look, 95% smallholder farmers in Ethiopia contribute 90% of the agriculture output. So do you think Ethiopia can transform its agriculture, investing on smallholder farmers or commercial farms and other state-owned farms? What is your take on that?
You know, as Kwame Nkrumah, on the eve of the inception of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana said, Africa must be united. If not, the sooner the continent and each country will going to disintegrate. Which means dividing a small farm holders or small farm holders of the country as it was before cannot produce and will not produce and also ensure food security. So bringing all these smallholder farmers together, having a designed policy approach, which means cluster farming, so that there is nothing that you will going to miss, but where their synergy comes together, your productivity will increase. The productivity of your land will be also maintained. The providing of agricultural inputs and materials will be accessible. Your capacity, when you come together, your synergy and your energy, your unity will give you a leverage, and it helps you to keep on the momentum.
Yeah, since we are talking about synergy, the wheat production that is taking place in this country now in a massive scale introduces, putting smallholder farmers in a cluster, and you can better reach agriculture inputs and other inputs towards the productivity of that. Yeah. So how do you see that relevance in terms of increasing productivity and providing agriculture inputs?
When each and every household or every small farmers or every small farm holders be aware of the fact that this cluster farming or bringing them together to enhance their productivity, the main issue taken into consideration is awareness creation. So when they are aware of it, instead of going to bring agricultural inputs and selected seed materials for their own plot of land, it is better to come together, because in terms of market, in terms of accessibility of agricultural inputs and agricultural products, in terms of influencing the government towards their interest and their needs, this is the best approach cluster farming. So when you bring them together, it is not only bringing individuals and the farmers together, but also you bring their lands together. So cluster farming gives you an opportunity to increase productivity, to increase the market availability, to increase the productivity, even the pre and the post-harvest products, because majority of the small holders product will lose because of the post and the pre-harvest activities. So this is a good approach. A good approach in a sense in terms of price, in terms of energy, in terms of market, in terms of agricultural input. So this is the best approach that the government is working on.
Yeah, since we're talking about food systems, and food systems range from production up to consumption, from farm to table. There are a lot of value chain in between. So I was looking at the data. Presently in the world, around 1.3 tons of billion tons of food either wasted or lost in the process. Most of that wastage happens in countries like Canada, America, and China. So how do you see wastage in the Ethiopian value chain from production to consumption?
Even from the first day of plowing their lands and using fertilizers, using agricultural inputs, and also certain chemicals for weeds and other agricultural inputs, and also during the harvesting time, the pre-harvest and the post-harvest loss is also too much. Not only this, while they harvest their products and their grains, they put in different places, so which will going to minimize and decrease the quality, and also when with less quality of products you're going to market, you will going to sell it with the less price. The less price will not going to compensate the energy that you have invested on that, which means when our farmers get aware of the fact that in terms of modernizing their agricultural activities, in terms of minimizing the pre and the post-harvest losses, their productivity will maximize. It enhances their productivity. It also saves their energy, and also enhances to have a good economic leverage and also good livelihood. So majority of African farmers face the biggest challenge is the pre and the post-harvest, which is also true in Ethiopia. So in order to minimize these losses, government is aware and working on this while bringing all actors on board. In this regard, really something good and promising results are really recording.
Yeah, so the UN Food Systems Summit was launched after in the aftermath of the COVID crisis back in 2021. In 2020, a lot of people around the world were exposed to severe hunger and starvation. And following that, this World Food System Summit is introduced to find solutions, what can work and what cannot work at the global level. So after that, it's striving now to achieve sustainable development goals like Agenda 1, Goal 1, Goal 2, ending hunger in all forms everywhere. That is Sustainable Development Goal 1. So in terms of that, now we left with, I think, 5 years for 2030. That will be the end of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. So do you think the world can achieve ending hunger by 2030, given right now around 700 million people are still vulnerable to food insecurity?
It requires a lot to work on this regard, because we are left with 5 years. In order to evaluate and anticipate the outcomes of the coming 5 years, it is better to evaluate the last 5 years, what we have come through and what we have gone through. So assume we are in the middle of the 10 years plan, which means that from 2020 to 2030, the 10 years plan of SDG, we have enjoyed 5 years. We are in the second half of 2025, which means we are evaluating the 5 years activities of the SDG. So how many people did we graduate from the safety nets, right? How many populations of the global world ensures their food security, is another issue. And how many of Africans are still facing chronic drought, or how many of Africans are still under safety net? We have to evaluate that. So it is not only evaluating the last 5 years outcomes, but also anticipating the coming 5 years. It needs to do more. It needs political will, political commitment, and bringing all stakeholders together to achieve the desired goal of the SDGs plan, which means the 2030s ensuring food security, the SDGs of 2030, and the end of poverty, or making hunger zero. It needs and it requires a lot, much to work.
Yeah. So. So let's come back to Ethiopia.
I think that the summit is underway.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching our live transmission here from the EBC's studio now, from the headquarters of the UNECA. Leaders and policymakers are gathering to deliberate on the UN Food System Summit, and we'll bring you directly live to the hall. Stay tuned with us.
Your Excellencies, for the very first time, the UN Food System Summit stock-taking moment is convening on African soil, placing our continent at the very heart of the global conversation. This is a moment of recognition, of representation, and responsibility. Ethiopia, the cradle of humanity, where humankind first walked on 2 feet, proudly hosts this milestone. We're gathered at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for what promises to be a crucial platform for reflection, collaboration, and accelerated action. Welcome once again to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and welcome to UNFSS +4. Your Excellencies, as we now set the stage for the high-level segment of the summit, let us take a moment to ground ourselves in the remarkable food systems journey of our host nation.
In the heart of the Horn of Africa lies a nation rooted in ancient wisdom and civilization, resilient, diverse, and rising. Ethiopia, a country long known for its history, culture, and spirit, is now redefining its future through the most fundamental force of all: food. Food is more than what we eat, it's how we live. Every seed and every shared meal reflects a complex system linking health, the environment, the economy, and society. That's why Ethiopia adopted a food systems approach centered on healthy diets to tackle food insecurity, climate change, inequality, and economic vulnerability together. In 2021, Ethiopia joined the global vision of the System Summit, but went further by creating its own roadmap shaped by national realities and aspirations. More than a document, this roadmap sparked a national movement driven by local innovation, scalable initiatives, game-changing solutions, and 6 key enablers. Diverse voices from government to the private sector came together to rethink how Ethiopia produces, processes, and shares food. Real change needs leadership. In 2021, Ethiopia built on the Sakota Declaration to launch a multi-level food systems governance model led by an interministerial committee of 16 ministries, co-chaired by Agriculture and Health. Regions followed suit, tailoring structures to local needs. A development partners forum was formed, and steps are underway to engage the private sector Globally, no transformation is complete without tackling climate. Ethiopia recognized this, and in 2025 launched the Convergence Action Blueprint, a bold integrated push to align food systems with climate resilience, biodiversity, and nutrition. Ethiopia's food systems transformation is driven by bold policy reforms and measurable results, led from the top through prime ministerial initiatives and hands-on interventions. In 2024, Ethiopia's Council of Ministers endorsed a revised agricultural and rural development policy, paving the way for export growth, private sector engagement, sustainable land use, and greater competitiveness. To accelerate progress, a tax-free import policy now supports over 500 types of agricultural technologies, boosting mechanization across 5 million hectares. Other bold reforms include the Agricultural Production Contract Proclamation, the Pluralistic Extension Service Proclamation, and the Seed Law Proclamation. Over 11 hectares are now cultivated under cluster farming, empowering 15.1 million farmers with improved access to inputs, mechanization, and markets. Ethiopia now cultivates 7.7 million hectares of wheat, producing 29 million tons in the 2024-2025 period, a once distant dream, now a reality. Over 30 billion seedlings planted since 2019, including fruit and coffee trees, and a goal of 50 billion by 2026, Ethiopia's food future is not just secure, but green. Between 2019 and 2025, Ethiopia also revolutionized meat production. Milk surged from 4.4 to 13.1 billion liters. Eggs from 2.9 to 9.3 billion. Honey, 1,000 to 326,000 tons. Fish from 57,000 to 243,000 tons. And day-old chicks from 24.2 to 136 million. More food, better nutrition, more jobs. Furthermore, Ethiopia's homegrown school feeding program is nurturing a generation of well-fed learners across 22,000 schools and reaching 7.5 million children. Through the Sakota Declaration, Ethiopia's bold 15-year commitment to end stunting in children under 2 by 2030 targets the crucial first 1,000 days of life, reaching more than 2.8 million children. Sakota is driving down child stunting. Ethiopia isn't slowing down. The next frontier is even more ambitious. Fertilizer production, agro-processing, livestock and dairy value chains, and much more. Guided by a clear national strategy, driven by people, rooted in resilience. From climate to commerce, nutrition to nature, Ethiopia shows that when we think in systems, we grow more than food. We nourish the nation. We grow futures. And this journey has only just begun.
We thank you very much for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our high-level opening statements. Please join me in welcoming to the podium His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Your Excellency Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, Your Excellency William Ruto, President of Kenya, Your Excellency Hassan Sheikh, President of Somalia, Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of Comoros, Your Excellency Madam Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of UN, Your Excellency Mohammed Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of Africa Union Commission, Your Excellency Lever Gattet, the Chair of UNECA, heads of UN agencies, Deputy Presidents, Deputy Prime Ministers, Ministers, ambassadors, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Ethiopia, where the story of humanity began, the birthplace of coffee, a land of rich heritage and boundless potential. It is with great honor that we co-host the second UN Food System Summit in partnership with Italy. This is a moment to take stock and to renew our shared commitment to building food systems that are resilient, inclusive, and just. 4 years ago, we came together to pursue a bold vision, food systems that are sustainable, equitable, and resilient. Food is not agriculture. It shapes our health, our economies, our environment, and our future. Today, we reflect on the progress made and recommit to urgent and coordinated action. Globally, food systems are facing immense pressure from climate shocks, conflicts, inequalities, and economic disruptions. At the same time, development assistance is declining and multilateral cooperation is under strain. These challenges threaten production, supply, and the dignity and stability of nations. Yet, in this context, the human spirit and our shared resolve to act remains strong. Excellencies, in Ethiopia, we have made a deliberate choice to act boldly, to think holistically, and to place human dignity at the center of our food systems transformation. Central to this vision is our commitment to achieving food self-sufficiency. We are investing in local production, reducing dependency on imports, and building resilient systems that serve our people and our future. The first Food Systems Summit in 2021. Ethiopia has launched a comprehensive roadmap for food system transformation. This roadmap is closely aligned with our macroeconomic reforms, particularly the homegrown economic reform agenda, as well as our broader efforts to improve the overall business conditions. It drives key policy reforms in land use, agricultural development, and rural finance, laying the foundation for inclusive, productive, and sustainable food system. Our goal is clear: to ensure that every Ethiopian, in the countryside or the city, young or old, has reliable access to safe, diverse, and nutrient-rich food. To achieve this, we are implementing over 700 actionable interventions. These are locally grounded and structured into 7 strategic clusters, covering everything from production to markets, innovation, risk management, energy, and skills development. Our transformation is a whole-of-nation approach, engaging federal and regional governments, development partners, civil society, the private sector, and research institutions. And we are already seeing results. Through irrigated wheat production, we have ended imports and taken steps towards food self-sufficiency. Our Yelemat Turufat, or Bounty of the Basket initiative, is promoting diversified, high-value livestock production, including poultry, expanded dairy, enhanced apiculture, and sustainable aquaculture to ensure nutritious and accessible food for all. Through the Sokoto Declaration, Ethiopia is implementing a multi-sector commitment to end child undernutrition by 2030, integrating health, agriculture, water, and social protection efforts in food systems transformation. Through the Green Legacy Initiative, till today, we have planted over 40 billion trees, restoring ecosystems, building climate resilience, boosting coffee productivity, and creating green jobs. In addition, we have taken deliberate action to secure the foundation of our food systems. Land laws are being reformed to guarantee tenure security, attract investment, and empower farmers to use land as a productive asset. Inclusive rural finance is expanding access to credit, insurance, and financial literacy for farmers to thrive, not just survive. Mechanization and digital tools are lifting productivity. Climate forecasting helps farmers adapt, while digital access to inputs is increasingly yields. To connect farmers to market, we are strengthening supply chain, developing transport corridors and agro-industrial parks, supported by real-time digital market information systems. Our livestock systems are evolving, and our indigenous food traditions are being renewed. This preserves our culture while also improving health. We are closing micronutrient gaps through industrial and bio-fortification, ensuring the essential nutrition reaches every household. We are promoting nutrition literacy by empowering women as a community leader and change makers. With national dietary guidelines now in place, every Ethiopian has access to clear, culturally grounded guidance for lifelong health. And because a resilient food system needs energy, skills, and equity, we are investing in solar irrigation, cold storage, rural electrification, and training, building a generation ready to lead Ethiopia's food journey into the future. Central to our approach is social protection. Our homegrown school feeding programs, digital food vouchers, and nutrition safety net focus on pregnant women, young children, and food insecure families. Lifelong well-being. We are rolling out new dietary guidelines and nutrition literacy campaigns that support health from infancy through adolescence and into adulthood. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite progress, the African continent faces mounting challenges. Yet Africa can feed itself and help feed the world. But this requires, first, development financing. Africa needs predictable concessional finance to invest in agriculture, rural transformation, infrastructure, and nutrition. Climate finance must be aligned with food systems because hunger and environmental degradation are deeply linked. Second, fair access to technology. We need climate-smart tools, biotechnologies, and digital agriculture tailored to our contexts. Technologies must be affordable and not locked behind high walls. This is a win-win for all. Third, climate finance integrated into development. Africa contributes least to climate change, but suffers most. Support from sustainable agriculture and land use must be scaled up, not as aid, but as a shared investment. We don't have time to wait for the aid. We are eager and we are open. Anyone who wants to invest and to transform this sector with our continent. Beyond finance and technology, we also need fair trade rules that create a level playing field and a strong global partnership that empower local solutions. We must ensure the voice of smallholder farmers who feed over 70% of Africa is heard and supported. Let us work towards a future where no child goes to bed hungry, where rural prosperity is a reality, and where food systems serve both people and planet. Ethiopia remains committed to working with the African Union, our partners, and the United Nations to drive this agenda forward. This Addis Ababa summit must mark the moment we match words with will, pledged with resources, and commitments with the courage to deliver. I thank you.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed, for those powerful and inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to our esteemed co-hosting nation, the Republic of Italy. It is a great honor to welcome Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister and President of the
Italian Republic.
Well, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here today to co-chair the third United Nations Food Systems Summit with Prime Minister Abiy. Thank you very much. Whom I thank once again for his hospitality and for his friendship. This is the first time that this summit is being held in Africa. We choose to co-organize this event in Addis Ababa government, not only because Italy has a special relation with Ethiopia and a pragmatic cooperation based on concrete projects and initiatives, but also because we believe it is essential to involve the African continent as a protagonist in the choices and actions of the international community. Starting, of course, with the momentous challenge that is the subject of our works today, which is food security. This is a top priority challenge demonstrated by the broad and qualified participation in this summit and the presence of the UN Deputy Secretary General Mohammed, whom I greet and thank. Although it has drastically decreased over the last 70 years, global food insecurity still affects around 10% of the world's population. And this percentage is largely concentrated here in Africa, where 1 in 5 people suffer from hunger and do not have access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to lead a healthy life. This situation, already complex, has been exacerbated by the crisis the world is currently facing. While we were working to overcome the shock of the pandemic, we had to deal with Russia's war against Ukraine, which disrupted economic and trade flows and processes, destabilized energy markets, and fueled waves of inflation that hit the most fragile nations, especially in the global south and in Africa. And we know very well that when people do not have access to sufficient food or lose the means to produce it, the consequences can be catastrophic. Poverty worsens, conflicts intensify, and communities become more vulnerable to violence, terrorism, or forced migration. Food insecurity is therefore, in its every aspect, a political issue, but not only. It is also, and above all, an economic issue. We would be making a serious mistake if we limited ourselves to looking at food systems through the face of poverty, suffering, and hunger. Food systems are an engine of growth and development, both for the most fragile nations and for those that are economically more solid. At the heart of our action, there must therefore be the development for the communities where we choose to focus our efforts on. And it is not enough to help those communities to produce the food needed to feed the population, but it is also necessary for that food to be marketed, to have access to markets with solid and resilient production and distribution chains. This is the only way we can enable a community to prosper with the resources it possesses, generating employment and stable, lasting growth. This is Italy's point of view, and it is the red line that links the initiatives and projects of the Mattei Plan for Africa. Starting, of course, with the agri-food sector, an area in which Italy can boast unique know-how that combines tradition and innovation. We have made this heritage available for our African partners, and together with them, we build public-private partnerships that attract investments and it results. We are successfully testing this in Algeria, where we are working to reclaim over 36,000 hectares of desert to produce up to 45,000 tons of additional cereals and legumes per year, creating 6,000 jobs and generating benefits for over 600,000 people. This endeavor is also underway in Senegal, Ghana, and Congo, and aims to soon involve Côte d'Ivoire and President Ruto Kenya. Our blueprint is also working in Tunisia, where we are strengthening capacities and skills for the use of water, a resource around which there will be an increasing geopolitical and sovereignty challenge. But we have chosen to apply this vision to other projects as well, such as the one developed together with the European Gateway, which combines European financial resources and private capital to support the development of coffee production chains in various African nations. And then there is, of course, the centrality of the technical and scientific training, which is crucial to make a difference and must be integrated into a supply chain approach from seed to production to product distribution. In this context, just a few days ago, we signed an agreement for the establishment of agricultural training center in Algeria, which will serve as a reference point for the Sahel and the whole of Africa. Our goal, we have stated this on many occasions, is not to create dependency, but to support self-reliance. This goal also involves what we usually refer to as food sovereignty, the right to shape its own production model based on their identity. Food sovereignty means not going along with the standardization of food production, which lowers quality and concentrates wealth, but instead investing in promoting local, high-quality products. Small and medium-sized farmers and their families are the backbone of agricultural and environmental systems. They are guardians of the land and must be given the means to live with dignity and with a fair recognition of their work. And this is why Italy, with its network of institutions, businesses, and protection consortia, is ready to do its part to promote the export of African geographical indication to European and global markets by building promotion and distribution network. So, dear Deputy Secretary Mohammed, dear Prime Minister Abiy, colleagues, Cicero, one of the most important philosophers of ancient Rome, said that of all the arts from which some profits is gained, none is better than agriculture. None more profitable, none sweeter, none more worthy of a man and of a free man. Thousands of years later, this teaching is still valid and shows us the way forward. Food is a right, a cultural expression, the pillar of a nation's identity and sovereignty. But it is also the first step towards being truly free, independent, and masters of our own destiny. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Giorgia Meloni, for reflecting on Italy's ambition and commitment. Excellencies, while he cannot be with us today in person, please direct your attention to the screen for a video message from His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, dear friends, I thank the government and people of Ethiopia and the Italian government for co-hosting this important gathering. I regret that circumstances have kept me from joining you in person. 4 years ago, the world came together for the first UN Food System Summit, anchored in the understanding that food systems are about more than food. They're about health, nutrition, climate, decent work, justice, and the right to a better future. Since then, we have seen progress. 2/3 of countries have integrated food systems transformation into national development plans. Over 100 have aligned food strategies with climate and biodiversity goals. 55 countries are advancing efforts with national conveners and strong engagement from businesses, civil society, indigenous peoples, youth, and farmers. The UN system, including through the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub, is their partner every step of the way. Last year's Pact for the Future reaffirmed our shared commitment to food systems that are inclusive, sustainable, equitable, resilient, and rooted in human rights. But progress is not fast or fair enough. Hunger is rising, trade shocks are pushing food prices out of reach. 1/3 of the world's people cannot afford a healthy diet, while 1/3 of the world's food is lost or wasted. The hidden costs of our food systems on health, nature, and human suffering exceed $10 trillion a year. That's more than 3 times the GDP of the African continent. This is not just a crisis of scarcity, it's a crisis of equity and climate. Nearly 40% of the global workforce is linked to food systems, yet many remain trapped in poverty. Climate change is disrupting harvests, supply chains, and humanitarian response. Conflicts continues to drive hunger from Gaza to Sudan and beyond. Hunger feeds further instability and undermines peace. We must never accept hunger as a weapon of war. Dear friends, we know what works. Every dollar invested in nutrition can return up to 3. Sustainable food systems can advance all 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and transformation is underway. Governments are leading the way, integrating food systems into climate strategies, biodiversity frameworks, and national budgets. They're empowering women and youth, scaling up nutritious school meals, and investing in agroecology. Look no further than Ethiopia. Investments, action, and climate-aligned food policy are reducing import dependence and creating jobs. But governments cannot do it alone. The private sector must play a vital role, from innovation and logistics to finance and investments. We need responsible business practices aligned with the public good. We need bold leadership and enforceable guidelines for corporate accountability. We must build on new partnerships like the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and scale up action across sectors. Looking ahead, I see three urgent priorities. Break down silos. Food systems are everyone's business. We need integrated policies and a global framework that connects agriculture to people, their health, climate, trade, and finance. We must also harness new technologies, including artificial intelligence, to boost production, reduce waste, and create decent jobs across the value chain. Second, address poverty. We must govern food systems fairly, tackle inequality, and deliver on the right to food for all. That means elevating the voices of women, youth, farmers, indigenous peoples, and local actors. Third, unlock and connect finance at scale. Transformation requires investment. We need debt relief, greater access to concessional finance, and reform of the global financial system to give developing countries representation that reflects the realities of today's global economy. We need climate action, including at COP30, to close the other combine climate funding with food systems and accelerate the just transition. And above all, we need peace, so that investments can take root and farmers can look to the future with confidence. Excellencies, dear friends, the future of food is the future of humanity. Let us work together to build food systems that nourish every person, reset, and grow prosperity from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you to His Excellency Secretary General Guterres. Your Excellencies, we now proceed with high-level statements from heads of states, governments, and the African Union. It is an honor to welcome His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya.
Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency Giorgio Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, Your Excellency Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. 4 years ago, the United Nations convened the inaugural Food Systems Summit to galvanize global transformation in the way we produce, process, distribute, and consume food. The summit aimed bold and transformative actions to reshape global food value chains in support of the Sustainable Development Goals. 2 years later, at our first global stocktake, we renewed our commitment to maintain this momentum. We take stock once more. The picture is mixed. Undeniably, we have made meaningful and significant progress in providing the world with more sufficient, safe, and nutritious food, contributing to reductions in poverty and hunger. The global food system now contributes between 10% and 12% of global GDP, translating to about $8 trillion or $10 trillion annually. This progress has improved livelihoods, created new opportunities, and raised living standards for millions, worldwide. However, this encouraging trajectory is not universal. Starvation, malnutrition, and undernutrition remain a harsh daily reality for far too many. At the same time, health challenges such as obesity and diet-related diseases are increasing at an alarming rate, causing illness and hampering socioeconomic development. Environmental pressures, including climate change, water and air pollution, biodiversity loss, and soil degradation are causing productivity losses nearly equivalent to 12% of global GDP. Data further reveals that current food systems account for over a third of greenhouse gas emissions, 80% of biodiversity loss, and significant pollution globally. These issues are worsened by widespread poverty and rapid demographic shifts, conflicts, high costs of nutritious diets, and weak governance structures. Food markets, while a source of hope, are increasingly volatile. Despite positive production forecasts, erratic weather, trade tensions, and supply chain disruptions are driving up food prices. The Food Agricultural Organization's 2024 State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World SOFI report affirms these concerns. It points out that to 2030, we are not on track to meet our hunger and nutrition targets. Yet, the report also offers hope that the world can still reverse these trends, but only if we urgently reorient the architecture of global food systems. Excellencies, we must act on this hope. It is still possible to reorganize global food systems to accelerate progress towards the SDGs and broader sustainability goals. This requires coordinated focus on 6 key priority areas. First, we must integrate food system strategies into national policies. A unified value chain approach can address interconnected challenges from food and nutrition insecurity to public health and environmental degradation, including climate change. Second, we must strengthen the governance of food systems. Fragmented global responses are counterproductive, and we need stronger policy coherence, greater transparency and accountability, including evidence-based decision-making and capacity building at all levels. Third, research, technology, and innovation hold immense promise for transformation. We must support academic and research institutions with the infrastructure they require, while significantly scaling up investment in digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and climate-smart agriculture. Fourth, transformation must be included. Smallholder farmers, especially women and youth, have the potential to feed far more people than they are doing now. They need our support. Indigenous people and local communities are custodians of valuable tradition, and their full participation must be integrated into decision-making responses. Fifth, the Green Climate Fund estimates that global private sector manages over $210 trillion in climate investments and private equity. We must strengthen our engagement with this sector to unlock the capital necessary for the transformation of food systems. And finally, and of critical importance, we must improve access to finance. Tailored financial products are essential for smallholder farmers, startups, and agripreneurs. We must also promote digital financial solutions such as M-Pesa, which in my country enables every citizen to access financial services instantly and securely. Public-private partnerships are indispensable. We must deepen collaboration with financial institutions, both public and private, to leverage their power and catalyze investment, scale up solutions, and deliver meaningful change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have a solemn obligation to ensure adequate, healthy, and sustainable food for all, to promote shared prosperity, and to safeguard a resilient planet. Let us take ambitious, concrete, scalable, and timely actions to align food systems with our commitment to achieving zero hunger by 2030. I reaffirm my steadfast commitment and that of the government of Kenya to work with all stakeholders in realizing this calling. I thank you.
We thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. It is our privilege to welcome His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia.
Your Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic, Your Excellency Giorgia Meloni, the President of Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy, Her Excellency Mrs. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of States and Governments, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to address this distinguished summit at a time the world stands at the crossroads, facing convergent crises and unprecedented demands on our food systems. This gathering is not only timely, but essential. We are summoned here not merely to reflect, but to renew our shared commitment to building sustainable, resilient, and inclusive food systems for all. As we grapple with overlapping global crises, armed conflicts, climate shocks, food, widening economic disparities, the urgency of transforming how we produce, distribute, and consume food has never been more pressing than today. For the Federal Republic of Somalia, agriculture is more than a sector. It is the lifeblood of our society, our culture, our survival. It contributes over 70% to our GDP, employs nearly 80% of our population, and generates 85% of our export earning. Despite enduring over 3 decades of socio-economic upheaval, environmental shocks, Somalia's farmers, pastoralists, and fisher communities have demonstrated extraordinary resilience and fortitude in feeding the nation. Somalia today is not only a major pillar. In Somalia, livestock is not only a major pillar of our agricultural economy, but also a critical driver of food security, demonstrating the strong link between crop production, animal husbandry, and the resilience of our rural livelihoods. Today, Somalia is charting a new course through the National Transformation Plan. We have identified agriculture as the engine of inclusive economic growth, social cohesion, national recovery. The National Transformation Plan is a yet pragmatic roadmap
that prioritizes private sector-led growth, public-private partnership, and comprehensive value chain reform. Under our productive sector ministry, we are enacting policies and programs that promote climate resilience, strengthening rural livelihoods, and connect our producers to both domestic and export markets. Our commitment to ending poverty and hunger is unwavering. In a country where nearly half of the population lives in rural areas and over 4 million people face acute food insecurity, transforming agriculture is not a choice, but it is a moral obligation and a national necessity. Our newly launched agricultural transformation strategy outlines concrete priorities for governance, productivity, infrastructure, agribusiness, and institutional capacity building. We believe agriculture must not only feed our people, it must create jobs, foster peace, and prepare Somalia for the future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our journey is anchored in on global solidarity and regional integration. Somalia was an early endorser of COP28 Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems, and Climate Action. We've revised our nationally determined contribution to reflect climate-smart agriculture priorities and have strengthened our water resources management and early warning systems. Somalia remains committed to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, ensuring no one is left behind. We are in the process of actively implementing flagship policies such as the Environmental Management Bill, the Great Green Wall Initiative, and the Green Somalia Campaign, which advances ecosystem restoration and landscape resilience. These global frameworks are being localized and operationalized through national task forces dedicated to climate adaptation, sustainable food systems, and rural development all over Somalia. At the regional level, Somalia is enforcing its commitment under the Kampala Declaration of CAADB and the African Climate Summit outcomes. Our accession to the East African Community and our observer status at COMESA and CFTA reflect Somalia's clear intent to harmonize agricultural policies, expand intra-African trade, and become an active actor in regional food systems. Institutionally, Somalia is reclaiming its place in the global community with the successful completion of the HEBIC debt relief process. We have regained fiscal space and international credibility to attract long-term investment. My administration remains firmly committed to rebuilding state institutions, decentralizing services, and entrenching inclusive governance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while our progress is real, our challenges remain formidable. Poverty is still widespread. Food insecurity persists. Climate shocks continue to test our resilience. Like many nations emerging from fragility, Somalia cannot walk. But we therefore call for strengthened international solidarity and equitable access to climate financing, innovation, and technical assistance. Somalia stands ready to partner with the development banks, UN agencies, private investors, and regional institutions to accelerate transformative action in food systems. In particular, we welcome collaboration around digital agriculture, agro-logistics, climate adaptation, and cross-border trade corridors that will unlock new pathways for our farmers and agribusiness. Food systems transformation is not a theoretical ambition. It is a question of justice, of survival and sovereignty. For Somalia, food security is peace, cultural transformation nationwide. Every investment in rural livelihoods is an investment in lasting peace, inclusive growth, and national dignity. Let us seize this momentum. Let us seize this moment to move from promises to tangible progress. Somalia is standing to contribute, to lead, and to grow together with its region, continent, and the global large. I thank you.
We thank you very much, Your Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud. We now welcome His Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros.
Excellences, Monsieur Abiy Ahmed Ali, Premier ministre de la République fédérale de l'Éthiopie, Madame Giorgia Meloni, Président du Conseil des ministres de la République d'Italie, Président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
les chefs de gouvernement,
representing
les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
heads of state and government, distinguished delegates,
wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. C'est avec un profond sentiment de responsabilité
it is with a deep sense of responsibility that I take the floor today on behalf of the Comorian people at this second conference, the stocktake of the United Nations Food System Summit. At this juncture, I would like to warmly thank the government and people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for their outstanding hospitality, and I also would like to thank the United Nations for their excellent organization of this important meeting. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our meeting is being held at a critical time for the future of humankind. As a matter of fact, global food systems are now encountering multiple challenges, including the climate emergency, geopolitical instability, insecurity, demographic growth, among others. And yet, these systems can also offer hope, opportunities and solutions. At the global level, there are several millions of people who are suffering from hunger. Over 1 billion people could be fed with the food which is lost and wasted each year, according to data from the World Food Programme. With political will, the world would be able to procure this food, to process this food, and to ensure that it reaches consumers by improving the performance and resilience of the global food system with a view to achieving the objective of zero hunger. In the African continent, we have immense potential We have fertile land, abundant resources, and the enthusiasm of our youth. Nonetheless, we remain vulnerable in the face of food insecurity, malnutrition, among others, and we're also vulnerable to climate change, post-harvest losses, and deficiencies in supply chains. It is thus urgent that we modernize and transform African food systems. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Comoros, we have made food system transformation a national priority, aligned with our emerging Comoros plan by 2030. We have a clear aim here to foster a competitive agricultural model, a sustainable, inclusive model, which guarantees food security for our population, while stimulating economic growth. Thus, since 2021, we have initiated a strategic process through the adoption of a national roadmap for the effective implementation and transformation of ambitious programs focused on our national priorities, which include climate resilience, strengthened agricultural governance, global sustainable production, the development of high added value sectors, food and nutritional security, and lastly, the economic inclusion of young people and women. Among the achievements, we can note that we have been able to boost economic development, improve the animal health sector, boost food safety control, soil analysis, and we've provided subsidies for agricultural inputs. We've also launched business competition cases, we've restored agricultural land, and we've adopted we've created agricultural hubs. But there are a number of challenges which remain when it comes to public expenses and public expenditure. We need to ensure that we can boost climate-smart agriculture and also increase access to agricultural credits for smallholders. Honourable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Union of the Comoros calls for a consolidated approach on the part of our technical and financial partners so as to add impetus to this trend. We call for more support for agriculture with innovative mechanisms so as to fund our agroecological practices which stimulate value chains and help to boost our resilience in the face of climate change. We call for international solidarity, and we call for an increase in that international solidarity, funneling it towards small and developing states which are suffering the effects of climate change most. And with your indulgence, I would like to note that I am now President of the Indian Ocean Commission, and therefore I think I have the right to say. Lastly, I would like to reiterate the untiring commitment of the Union of the Comoros to contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2063 agenda of the African Union, as well as of the Nairobi Pact for Sustainable African Food Systems. The transformation of our food systems is not an option. It is a necessity, and our dignity, justice, and sovereignty are at stake. Thank you very much for your attention.
of Liberia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to welcome His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of Nigeria.
Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed, the game-changing Prime of the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister and President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. Your Excellency Amina Mohammed, the Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General of the UN. Your Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, President of the Republic of Somalia. Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros. Your Excellencies, Vice Presidents and Heads of Delegation, the AU Commission Secretary General, other heads of multilateral institutions, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The continents have united to host us speaks volumes. It is a reminder that the storms we seek to weather do not respect geography. Food insecurity is no longer a shadow lurking in distant lands. It is a shared affliction. Whether you live by the banks of the Niger or the banks of the Tiber River, you will find the same truth. The waters that divide us do not discriminate. That is why we must learn to swim. That is why we are here, in this ancient city, where memory and meaning meet. To set sail once again towards a future anchored in abundance, equity, and human dignity. Let me begin by extending the warmest gratitude on behalf of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, and the good people of Nigeria, gracious hosts, the governments and peoples of Ethiopia and Italy, for creating this moment of global reflection. Since 2021, when we unveil our national food systems transformation pathway, Nigeria has journeyed with a clear compass. We have pursued institutional reforms with vigor. We have rolled out targeted investments in infrastructure and human capacity. We have deepened partnerships across sectors and prioritized agro-industrialization as a key driver of inclusive growth. Our declaration of a national emergency on food security was not a cry of alarm. It's the reason we are advancing the presidential initiative on food security, a mission designed to upscale the cultivation of vital staples, maize, rice, and wheat. We are backing this with climate-smart innovations, financial inclusion for smallholder farmers, and an expansion of extension services, particularly for women and youth. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have enshrined nutrition as the head of our development vision. Food and nutrition are now central pillars of both the National Development Plan 2021 to 2025 and the Nigeria Agenda 2050. We have made it clear that nutrition is not an appendix to our aspirations. It is a foundation. The fourth industrial revolution has not only disrupted the old order, but gifted us instruments that were once confined to the imagination. Artificial intelligence, geospatial analytics, and satellite-driven climate intelligence are now part of our agricultural vocabulary. We have tools to monitor production, enhance transparency, connect producers to markets, and reduce waste across the value chain. Our faith in the capacity of our people remains unshaken. In partnership with the African Development Bank,
Islamic Development Bank and EPAT, we are investing in special agro-industrial processing zones. These hubs are not just places of production, they are engines of transformation. They are creating jobs, attracting private capital, and linking rural producers to national and global markets. But production is not enough. We believe that a sustainable food system must also be a healthy one. Nigeria has therefore scaled up investment in school feeding programs, nutrition-sensitive agriculture, and community-driven nutrition education. For initiative, we are placing all of Nigeria's 774 local governments at the center of nutrition delivery. In doing so, we are making the sustainable development goals local. We are transforming pledges into meals. The Federal Executive Council has approved the National Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action for Food and Nutrition, which serves as the implementation arm of our revised National Food and Nutrition Policy. We have also directed the establishment of nutrition departments in all relevant ministries. These are the building blocks of institutional reform and the architecture of nutrition governance. Your Excellencies, this is more than a summit. This is a reckoning. The world is changing before our eyes. The scars of conflict, the uncertainties of climate, the distortions of markets, and the missteps in policy are all calling us to renew our commitment to multilateralism. We must act, and we act. We are under no illusions. The road ahead is long and lined with complexities, but we are not paralyzed by fear. We understand that the world we desire will not emerge from declarations alone. It must be built with patience and persistence, with bold ideas and careful planning, with shared resolve and shared responsibility. Nigeria is ready to listen. Nigeria is ready to learn. Nigeria is ready to lead wherever leadership is required. We are here to champion food systems that are resilient in the face of climate shocks, responsive to nutritional needs, and rooted in local realities. We are here because we believe that the arc of history does not only bend towards justice, it bends towards food justice. Let us live not with diplomatic pleasantries, but with a conviction. A broken food system in any part of the world diminishes the dignity of humanity as a whole. Let us rise with a shared purpose. Let us build a wall where no child sleeps on an empty stomach, where no farmer is forgotten, and where food is not a luxury, but a human right. Thank you for your attention.
We thank you, Your Excellency Kashim Shettima. At this point, we warmly welcome Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, Vice President of Uganda.
Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Italy, Your Excellency Amina Mohammed, the Deputy UN Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, dear distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from your brother, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, and indeed all the people of Uganda. And in the same vein, allow me to extend my appreciation to Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, and all the people of Ethiopia for the high-level courtesy offered to all of us since our arrival here in Ethiopia. Excellencies, the 2025 UN Food System Summit TOCTEC is a crucial opportunity to reassess efforts, share progress, renew commitment, and accelerate transformation in ways that are inclusive, people-centered, and context-specific. Uganda is committed to this process and appreciates the Federal Republic of Ethiopia and the government of Italy, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, African Union member states, and all partners for convening the UN Food Systems Summit. Excellencies, the food systems agenda sits at the nexus of health, climate change, trade, economic resilience, and human rights. For Africa, transforming food systems is not an option, but essential to achieving sustainable development, regional stability, and economic empowerment. Uganda reaffirms its commitment to building resilient, inclusive, and sustainable food systems that ensure safe, nutritious, and affordable food for all. Our country has undertaken steps to implement its commitments, including but not limited to the following. Firstly, development of a national food systems transformation pathway. Second, establishment of the National Food Systems Coordination Committee and creation of the Food and Agricultural Regulatory Authority. Uganda's food system transformation strategy is firmly integrated in the current National Development Plan 4, which commenced on 1st July 2025, and it will go to June 2030, and it is anchored on the 5 pillars of sustainable industry, private sector growth, human capital development, infrastructure development, and governance and security. As a proactive commitment to this strategy, Uganda launched the Parish Development Model as a flagship vehicle for grassroots transformation. A parish is the smallest administrative unit and a hub of economic planning and implementation. While Uganda's school feeding initiative is more than a nutrition or education program, it is a systemic intervention that integrates local agriculture, health, and community engagement. These initiatives exemplify how Uganda is coordinating multi-sectoral programs, food systems, and health and education. In conclusion, therefore, Excellencies, as we gather here in Addis for the UN Food Systems Summit, you on member states and stakeholders to move from dialogue to action. We deepen global collaboration, scale up innovative financing mechanisms, and unlock the transformative potential of local and indigenous solutions. Let us commit ourselves to the vision that no child, no man should go to bed hungry, and that safe, affordable, and nutritious food is not a privilege for a few, but a right to all. Together, Uganda stands ready to work with partners on the continent and beyond to achieve this. Our commitment is firm and our resolve is strong. I thank you for your kind attention.
We thank you, Your Excellency Jessica Alupo. Following, it is a distinct pleasure to welcome His Excellency Dr. Eduardo Martinez Diaz, Deputy Prime Minister of Cuba.
Excelencia, Ahmed, Primer Ministro de Etiopía, Vicesecretaria General Mohamed, Giorgia Meloni, Primera Ministra
Your Excellency
de Italia,
Giorgia Meloni,
Jefe de Estado
President of the
y
Council,
Gobierno.
Ministers of the
Excelencias,
Italian Republic,
tengo el
Your
honor de dirigirme
Excellencies,
en este
I have the
auditorio
honor of
en nombre del
speaking
Gobierno
here on behalf of
y de expresar nuestro reconocimiento a las Naciones Unidas y a los gobiernos de la República Democrática Federal de Etiopía y de la República Italiana.
I would like to greet the representatives of Ethiopia and Italy and the United States
Agradecemos en particular
nations.
la hospitalidad del gobierno y el pueblo etíope y de esta
And
histórica
I'd like to
sede
thank the people
de
of the
la
government of
Comisión
Ethiopia for the
Económica de las
hospitality
Naciones Unidas para América.
and the Latin American Caribbean
Cuba reafirma su
Commission of the United
disposición
Nations.
de contribuir a posicionar a los
It's
sistemas
important to
alimentarios
contribute
en el centro de la agenda de
in
desarrollo
the
económico
and putting
social para
development at
combatir
the
el
very
hambre, la
centre
pobreza y la
of our
desigualdad.
work.
Reafirmamos que
We'd
la
like to
consecución de
reaffirm
estos objetivos del sur demanda la movilización conjunta y solidaria de todos. En correspondencia con los objetivos y prioridades de desarrollo de cada nación, los intereses de su pueblo y las demandas y tradiciones alimentarias de cooperación en el sector agrícola que permitan crear plataformas para sistemas alimentarios con un enfoque de protección social en el que sean protagonistas también los jóvenes, las mujeres y las comunidades rurales. Es imprescindible que multipliquemos la colaboración en nuestros países, priorizando el intercambio de experiencias en seguridad, soberanía y autosuficiencia alimentaria, nutrición, salud, ciencia e innovación, agroecología, extensionismo agrario, tratamiento adecuado a las pérdidas y desperdicios de alimentos y políticas públicas para la transformación de los sistemas alimentarios. Excelencia, será posible mientras prevalezca el actual injusto orden internacional en que billones de dólares se destinan cada año al gasto militar y en el que muchos somos víctimas de medidas coercitivas unilaterales que lastran nuestras aspiraciones. Un orden internacional incapaz de impedir que en Palestina, víctimas de genocidio cometido por Israel, la potencia ocupante, los habitantes de Franja de Gaza se enfrenten a una grave crisis de alimentos y cientos mueran de desnutrición y hambre, entre ellos niños y ancianos. Un orden internacional en que recuerden medidas coercitivas unilaterales, como el bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero que impone desde hace más de 60 años el gobierno de Estados Unidos al pueblo cubano, recrudeciendo a niveles sin precedentes, y la inclusión de Cuba en la unilateral y arbitraria patrocinadores del terrorismo actúan como bombas atómicas silenciosas, lastrando el derecho de mi pueblo al desarrollo. Esta cruel guerra económica no nos permite establecer una agricultura capaz de cubrir todas las demandas alimentarias de nuestra población, al no contar con los insumos productivos imprescindibles como fertilizantes, plaguicidas, insumos energéticos, maquinaria, implementos agrícolas y sus piezas de repuesto, sistemas de riego, entre otros. A pesar de los retos que debemos enfrentar, Cuba no renuncia a buscar soluciones creativas que nos permitan avanzar y contrarrestar el impacto del bloqueo. La Ley de Soberanía Alimentaria y Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional, aprobada en el año 2022, facilita el accionar conjunto de todas las instituciones, asociaciones y estructuras nacionales y locales vinculadas a la producción de alimentos, con el soporte principal del desarrollo agroecológico y su demostrada protección al medio ambiente y con tecnologías posibles a producir en cada comunidad o incluso en cada predio del productor y familias. Señoras y señores, los recursos para erradicar el hambre y temas alimentarios. Están disponibles. Solo hace falta la voluntad política y compromiso para usarlos en beneficio de los pueblos. La cooperación sur-sur ha demostrado que con la solidaridad y la determinación es posible promover la seguridad alimentaria. Urge que la comunidad internacional actúe unida y sin demora para contribuir sistemas alimentarios justos, inclusivos y sostenibles que aseguren el derecho humano a la alimentación sin dejar a nadie atrás. Concluyo recordando al comandante en jefe Fidel Castro Ruz, líder de la Revolución Cubana, quien hace 20 años nos alertaba. El hambre, inseparable compañera de los pobres, es hija de la desigualdad de distribución de las riquezas y de la justicia de este mundo. Las campanas que doblan hoy por los que mueren de hambre cada día, doblarán mañana por la humanidad entera. No supo o no pudo ser suficientemente sabia para salvarse a sí mismo. Fin de la cita. Muchas gracias.
We thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Eduardo Martinez-Diaz. And now, to conclude this segment, please welcome His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellence, Dr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, Premier ministre de la République fédérale et démocratique d'Éthiopie. Excellence, Madame Giorgia Meloni, Premier ministre d'Italie. Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Excellence, Madame la Secrétaire générale adjointe des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs. Ce deuxième sommet des Nations Unies sur l'inventaire des systèmes alimentaires vient à point nommé. Je remercie les Nations Unies pour cette importante initiative, ainsi que les deux coprésidents. En effet, la transformation du système alimentaire mondial est un impératif majeur. À cet instant crucial, combien d'enfants et de mères sur le continent dorment le ventre vide? Des millions certainement. La situation ne fait aucun doute. Ce sommet des Nations Unies de 2021 a posé les jalons de ce processus de transformation. Lors de ce deuxième sommet, il nous appartient de décupler d'efforts en nous focalisant sur des actions concertées et plus incisives. Certes, le continent africain dispose d'un potentiel énorme en matière de production alimentaire. Cependant, les défis à la sécurité alimentaire persistent. Les chocs climatiques, les conflits et les perturbations économiques, ainsi que les inégalités structurelles en sont entre autres les principales raisons. 282 millions d'Africains sont malnutris. 52 millions de personnes vivent en situation d'insécurité alimentaire et près de 3,4 millions sont au bord de la famine. 10 millions de personnes sont déplacées en raison de la sécheresse, des inondations ou des cyclones. Dois-je le rappeler, l'Afrique ne contribue qu'à hauteur de 4% d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre et pourtant, notre continent subit de plein fouet les conséquences des changements climatiques. L'Afrique a élaboré sa stratégie sur la sécurité alimentaire en 2021 autour de 4 grands axes. Une agriculture intelligente, mécanisée et résiliente, l'innovation et la technologie dans les fleurons de l'agribusiness, vers la ZLECAf en maîtrisant progressivement la chaîne de valeur et la stratégie décennale de développement de l'agriculture en Afrique qui affiche des objectifs très ambitieux. En janvier 2025,
and following on from the Kampala Declaration is about transforming our food production systems. We need for that, of course, investment in networks. And this is millions of dollars which are needed in order to cover the deficit which is this investment, and we need to provide inclusive governance for all of this.
But we cannot do this alone. We call on our global partners to honor their commitments, unlock financing and support African-led solutions. We must strengthen accountability mechanism, track progress transparently, and ensure that no one is left behind, in particular women, youth, and vulnerable communities who are the backbone of our food systems. UN Food Summit is not just a moment of stock-taking. It is a moment of solidarity and action. Let us seize this opportunity to deepen collaboration, scale up innovation, and build food systems that are resilient, equitable, and sustainable for Africa and for the world at large. Let us leave this summit not with declarations, but not with promises, but with progress. Together, let us nourish hope, cultivate resilience, and harvest a future where the right to food is a reality for all. I thank you for your kind attention.
We thank you very much, Your Excellency Mah Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, let us now hear from Liberia. It is an honor to welcome Jeremiah Kung, Vice President of Liberia. Welcome.
Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, Head of States and Government, the Honorable Abina J. Mohammed, Deputy Secretary of Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai, Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia, and the people of Liberia. I extend warm greetings and profound appreciation to our gracious host, Ethiopia and Italy, for convening this very important appraisal summit. 4 years after the inaugural United Nations Food Systems Summit, we convene once more to assess progress, recalibrate our strategy, and accelerate our collective journey towards sustainable, inclusive, and resilient food system. For Liberia, these systems agricultural processes. They are engines of peace, platform of equity, and the pillar of national resilience. Through our national pathway for food system transformation, Liberia has prioritized 3 key areas: nutrition-sensitive agriculture to combat stunting and malnutrition affecting our most vulnerable populations; climate-smart agriculture practices developed in partnership with local farmers and cooperatives; inclusive governance framework that meaningfully engage youth, women, and traditional marginalized communities. However, the true measure of this summit lies not but in accountability. We must honestly ask ourselves, are our actions effectively addressing the hunger that breeds despair? Are our systems reaching the communities where policies have historically fallen short? Liberia recognizes that sustainable transformation requires robust regional cooperation. We reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the African Union Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program and its strategy, aligning with Sustainable Development Goals. We also underscore the critical link between food security and peace building. And this is particularly relevant for conflict-affected states and fragile states. As we look forward to the future, Liberia pledged a continued support to the United Nations Food System agenda. We want to remember the United Nations Food System Summit, not just for its declaration, but for its role in mobilizing of food security. Let us invest not only in agricultural yield, but in sustainable stability, human dignity, resilience, and the lasting transformation for future generations. May the spirit of unity and the shared purpose guide our deliberation towards meaningful outcome. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremiah Kung, Your Excellency, Vice President of Liberia. At this point, we invite the esteemed co-hosts and the UN Deputy Secretary General to take their seats and join the audience. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Join us in celebrating our esteemed co-hosts. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with our panel discussion. Let us now shift gears. We transition to an engaging discussion on what will be a priority on the coming 2 days, how to unlock the investments that we need in food systems and ensure that these investments actually deliver for people and the planet. We will have a multi-stakeholder panel for this important discussion that will help us start to explore the bold strategies and partnerships needed to accelerate transformation. Please allow me to introduce our esteemed panelists. First, Mr. Peter Backer, President of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Mr. Peter Backer, you're most welcome. Next, Mr. Luigi Scordamaglia, CEO of Filiera Italia. Welcome, Mr. Scordamaglia. We also have a vital voice from the grassroots, a representative from East African Farmers Association, Elizabeth Nsimadala. Welcome, Elizabeth. And finally, representing the future of our food systems, a youth representative, Dina Kabede. Welcome, Dina.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You have been watching our live transmission right from the UN ECA headquarters about the second UN Food System Summit. In the opening session, we have been listening to leaders addressing this key summit and delivering key remarks about the proposed World Food Summit. Gizacho, including Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, several leaders addressed this summit.
Indeed,
Yes, and one of the points that took my attention by the Prime Minister is we don't have the time to wait for aid. Prime Minister Abiy said in relation to that, Ethiopia is presently working to reshape narratives in terms of food self-sufficiency. So how do you see the Prime Minister reflection during this opening summit?
It is an open secret where Africans can be a lived witness regarding what Ethiopia is working and what Ethiopia is doing regarding the food self-sufficiency spectrum. Ethiopia embarked a recent agricultural transformative approach last 3-4 years ago, which produces and which records a fruitful outcomes where neighboring countries are planning and also bought wheat from Ethiopia. So the policy initiative the government endorsed was fruitful and effective regarding the wheat initiative production or the other agricultural transformative approach, which can be a good leverage for Ethiopia's food self-sufficiency. So Ethiopia becomes a model for other African countries where endorsing and implementing agricultural financing mechanisms and initiatives, which is part and parcel of inclusivity regarding environmental protection, the Green Legacy initiatives, and also the cluster farming. So where small and medium holds farmers are coming together to be productive in their spectrum and in their areas. So the agricultural transformation and the food self-sufficiency policy government comes up with is a best model for other Africans. So other African countries can learn many things, and the policy Ethiopia is working on is commendable for other African countries too. So Ethiopia has changed the narratives, and Ethiopia gets the momentum of ensuring food self-sufficiency since a couple of years ago. So the narratives of Ethiopia's agricultural inputs importing is quite becomes a legacy, which means where Ethiopia is no more, which means Ethiopia is no more in a position to depend on foreign importing agricultural materials or agricultural products such as wheat, like it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, or 20 years ago. The narrative has been changed. It is a vivid reality. So we are witnessing today that Ethiopia becomes a beacon of hope for neighboring countries in terms of wheat initiatives.
Yes, perfect. But not only the wheat production, as you rightly mentioned, of course, but also in the Green Legacy, Ethiopia is, of course, reshaping narratives globally. So let's take a moment to zoom in and see Ethiopia's Green Legacy initiative that attracts world attention since 6 years ago. Now we are in the 7 years, and Ethiopia is now preparing to add another 7 billion seedlings this year. So how do you see Ethiopia's Green Legacy initiative since the offset back in 2019?
You can see the resilience. The resilience from government side, resilience from the entire population side, so the resilience from all stakeholders. Green Legacy initiatives is not simply an initiative which the government alone can do, but it becomes a culture where all Ethiopians from all walks of life engage and be part of history, and be part of history in terms of reforestation programs. Because Ethiopia was 40 years ago, 50 years ago, a country where there was a dense forest. But because of mismanagement and lack of awareness, it becomes deforestation, and Ethiopia's barren land becomes part and parcel of what we witness in some countries of the Horn and the countries of Africa. So in order to reaffirm that government is doing regarding the Green Legacy initiatives, it becomes a public issue and a public agenda, Green Legacy. So every year, not only planting trees, but also protecting closure areas where it becomes part of income generating activities, it becomes part of cultural environmental protection. So every individual becomes a part of history in reforestation program, in planting trees, in protecting trees, in environmental protection. Where we protect our environment, we are in a position to ensure our food security, not to affect the upcoming generations, but to rescue the upcoming generation, not only for today's population that we are planting trees.
Yeah, Ethiopia has actually so far planted around 40 billion trees across the country over the past years. Do you think Ethiopia has gotten due recognition for this activity at the global level? And how do you see the significance of such kind of platforms like the summit today in terms of, portraying what Ethiopia is doing to the rest of the world?
Sometimes you can come across a selective approach. A selective approach in a sense, there are a few scientists, environmental activists like Kenya's Wangari Maathai or from India, you can come across, you see. But Vandana Shiva from India, you see. But when you go to certain parts of the northern parts of the globe, the environmental protection and the green legacy initiatives Ethiopia is working on, to some extent, or quote unquote, is not to the best position it can attract due attention from other countries. But globally, you can take UNEP, United Nations Environmental Programme, appreciates what Ethiopia is doing. UN agencies are also appreciating what Ethiopia is doing. AU, African Union, is also appreciating what Ethiopia is doing. But globally, few countries, few global powers fail to give due credit for what Ethiopia is doing. Indeed, though they fail to do so, but what Ethiopia is doing becomes a role model for other countries at continental level. Why? Many African countries, especially neighboring countries from Ethiopia, got a chance to get seedlings from Ethiopia. So the green legacy diplomacy Ethiopia is doing is a transboundary. The effect is also transboundary. Why? Global warming, climate change, and greenhouse emission is becoming a threat for the entire world. So Ethiopia tries and strives to minimize and mitigate the climate change, the greenhouse emission, where Africa is the most affected continent. On the contrary, Ethiopia and the entire African continent is the least contributor to the greenhouse emission.
That's definitely true.
Right, so the African Rural Development and Blue Economy, RBA, is working greater, having greater attention and paying greater attention regarding this, the blue economy, what Africa needs, you see. At continental level, the African Union also pays due attention and giving due credit for Ethiopia too in terms of green legacy initiatives.
Yes, so I think the purpose of this kind of summit is it helps you to showcase what you are doing locally to the global level, and you can also learn from the global experience as well. Let's move on to what Antonio Guterres has said in a recorded video message addressing the participants. And Guterres said food systems are more than foods. It's all about health, justice, economy, and nutrition as well. So food systems are not only confined to providing foods only, but it has a very far-reaching impact along all the sectors. How do you come across this message?
Not only Antonio Guterres, who came up with this noble idea, but also the Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni, also said, this is not an opportunity. This should not be a missed opportunity, but this is the best opportunity that we all have to capitalize, and we have to embark on collectively to address collective tragedies, which means where everything becomes the part and parcel of the food system issue, where everybody is aware of the fact that this is a collective agenda and a common agenda as well. So it needs a common aspiration and a common vision where everybody has to get toward that. So she said, small and medium-holder farmers are, quote unquote, according to her argument, they are guardians of the economy, guardians of land, and also backbones of the economy as well, the foundation for peace. You see, the smallholders and medium-holder farmers are guardians of the economy and guardians of the land, and also the foundations of the economy. So ensuring food security is not a privilege for the few, as Uganda's Vice President said. It is not a privilege for the few, but
it's a necessity for all.
It's the right for all. So Antonio Guterres also said this is a foundation for peace. the foundation for collective destiny. For
just to capitalize on what you said, the Italian Prime Minister said if people don't have a food and the means to produce a food, they will definitely look for conflict because they have to survive. And people look for different ways to survive. So if they don't have the food and the means to produce the food, it means it has to, creating problems in terms of conflict, and probably it grows up to
empty stomach.
Yes,
empty stomach is susceptible to all forms of violence, which is true.
Yes.
Why? You strive every opportunities, you exhaust every opportunities to feed yourself, because you can't manage to stay without food. So everybody and every nation strive to ensure betterment of tomorrow. So when everybody, or especially the global south, face food insecurity, it will going to endanger the security of the regime, security of a nation, and it is also a transboundary. It goes beyond politics. The politics that the world today enjoys is the result of food. So no one can stay without food.
So ensuring food security means everything.
Ensuring regime security or ensuring national security.
Yeah. Some of the speakers also mentioned the crisis in Gaza and Ukraine. What is your take on that?
You see, some of them mentioned about the issue in Gaza. Some of the speakers mentioned the issue in Russia. You see, the Russo-Ukrainian conflict. And some of the speakers and the leaders raises and makes the center of their attention about the Palestine-Israeli conflict. You see, you don't have to make politics. You don't have to make politics at this juncture, but the issue what has to be capitalized at this moment is how can the world come together to ensure food security, and how they can come together to make for the fulfillment of the SDG. You see, you don't have to make politics. Politics has its own place, but this is the issue of survival. The issue of survival, in a sense, the issue of securing and ensuring food security. So we don't have to be a selective approach. We don't have to follow that. We have to be able to come together in a collective approach, in an inclusive approach, in a holistic approach, which can ensure food security, which can ensure environmental protection, which can mitigate climate change.
So generally, food systems has its own value chain from production to consumption. And the President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, was talking about collaborating with financial institutions for food production and the rest of the process.
The public-private partnership.
Maybe we can see it very, very locally in Ethiopia. How do you see the provision of financial things at local level and in the African context? And what do you suggest in terms of doing, financial provision to food production that will definitely contribute to food security at the end of the day?
Prime Minister Abiy clearly indicated in his speech, Ethiopia is working on culturally grounded food system and ensuring and providing agricultural financial mechanisms from the safety net, which was time taken, and the narratives of feeding people while giving them work, but providing agricultural finance. You see, rural financial approach and rural financing. You see, when a farmer wants to get a loan from government agencies or from financial agencies, they are supposed to come up with collateral. But nowadays, government takes his land, a plot of land, or her plot of land, or cattle as a collateral, or as a guarantee where he can access finance to improve his productivity in terms of rural financial activities and rural financial services and financial schemes. So government is working on that. Providing farmers financial activities or providing such agricultural finance system is a guarantee and also an incentive for farmers to do more and to produce more.
Yeah, so before we conclude our discussion, let us take a moment to reflect on Ethiopia's homegrown economy. The Prime Minister mentioned school feeding as a best experience that other countries can replicate from Ethiopia.
Social protection.
Yes. So how do you see Ethiopia's homegrown policy in terms of contributing to food security?
The homegrown economy were the top 5 economic pillars of the country is at the end users are Ethiopians. So among Ethiopians, school feeding is part and parcel of this, which is a part of social protection. You see, a welfare system where you can feed those who can't feed themselves. From the source, from the abundance to a scarcity, you make a value chain system and a food chain system. Because those who can't feed themselves cannot be a spectator, cannot be an alien, and cannot be left behind. They are Ethiopians. They have to have the chance, and they have to get the chance to be served by the government. So this is the best approach what the government is working on. This school feeding initiative is because school feeding and food system is a human rights issue.
That's great, Gze. I think there is an ongoing discussion at the UN ECA, and let us directly proceed to that right away.
Good.
Coffee, for example, has been harvested on my farm today, or how much has been sold on the farm by my workers. So the dignity and the investment that we're demanding is that if it is in these meetings, you need to pay for the value that we are bringing in these discussions. So going forward, every institution that is here, let's try to see how we can pay for the value that the farmers are bringing in such discussion. That is when we shall have more participation of farmers in such dialogues. What we are bringing on board, thank you, and what we are bringing on board, sharing the experience of the farmers, Eastern Africa Farmers Federation, we identified 52 adaptation cases for scaling. We profiled 8 cases. Recently at the SB 62, the Africa Group of Negotiators presented 8 of our cases. And one of our cases is also highlighted in the compendium that Peter talked about. It is on climate resilience, on nutrition and food security with our farmers in Djibouti. So we are trying to co-create a fund that is dedicated for farmers. And we are inviting all of you to join us in making sure that we co-create this fund. Thank you.
And finally, let us turn our attention to Dina, who has been engaging in the youth process in this summit. Dina, what's exciting your peers to continue in this space? What's motivating them? And what more do we need to do to attract investments in youth-led businesses in our food systems, Dina?
Good morning, Your Excellencies. It is a true honor to stand before you today and present the Youth Voice for Inclusive Food Systems Transformation. I speak to you as a youth leader from Ethiopia and an alumna of the UN Food System Coordination Hub Youth Leadership Program. I come from a rural community where agriculture, it is not just a way of life, it is our foundation for peace, development, and survival. Yet this vital sector is increasingly threatened by climate change and environmental degradation. I am proud to highlight the Ethiopia Green Legacy Initiative, a powerful example of climate action in practice. Our country is actively promoting climate-smart agriculture and advancing a green economy, standing at the forefront of sustainable solutions in food and agriculture. And I'm really honored to be one of a generation of the youth committed to carry this legacy forward. A powerful force is rising, the youth. We are not just advocates. We are architects of solutions and leaders of transformation. Grassroots action to global platforms. We are advancing research, driving innovation, and reimagining food systems for the better. We are calling for more than recognition. We are demanding a seat at the decision-making table. Our right to shape policy must be upheld. Our call for the right to food must be realized. And our need for investment in capacity building and mentorship must be met. Today, we urge all stakeholders to let our voice shape policies that uphold the right to food for all human beings without boundaries. Let our solution guide investment in sustainable use-led innovation. Let our leadership be recognized, supported, and scaled through mentorship, education, and institutional trust. Your Excellencies, the time is now. Now is the moment to build sustainable food systems with use, not just for use. We urge all stakeholders to act lead initiatives and ensure we are at the table when decisions are made. We also emphasize the need for continuous follow-up in the stock-take process with clear mechanism to guarantee use engagement and through training and resources. If we act now with courage, unity, and vision, we will not only feed our people, we will feed their dignity, their future, and their dreams. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dina. What a powerful voice from the youth full of conviction. Now, before we conclude our panel, I'd like to give back the mic to Peter and Luigi for their very short call to action on what we should focus on for the coming 2 days. So allow me, because we had issues.
Thanks. Like I said, there is country investment plans throughout the program this week. There are SME pitches, finance and business support. Those are the meetings to go to because that's where action will happen, where finance meets government, meets business, and that's the way we transform this system.
But I want to repeat that we are perfectly complementary. If you compare Europe, Italy with Africa, we have what you need, you have what we need. There is no a winner, a loser. We need to work together. At the same time, we have to work together with public and private. We have to go over a mere assistantialism of the past. We are very happy what we were able to create with the Italian government, but not only with the international agency, and I think we need you, and together we can be the solution of our main goal of a future sustainable security.
Thank you very much to our distinguished panelists, Peter, Louis, and Dina. Join us in warmly escorting them back to their seats. Thank you so much. Important messages were shared on what the coming 2 days should look like. Excellencies, and now to offer the final remarks and to set the stage for the crucial work ahead, we're honored to hear from the leaders of the 3 Rome-based agencies who are taking the lead in supporting food systems transformation worldwide. Please welcome His Excellency Dr. Chu Dong-yu, Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the FAO. Dr. Chu, you're most welcome. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Moderator, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Good morning. It's better. Dear Excellency, DSG, you are still here. I'm happy. And also other colleagues. I saw many ministers traveling to here. You should recognize, if you come here 3 years ago, this city was completely different face. It's not different from any other typical capital of Africa. But today, you're lucky. You enjoy green, clean, lightning, and the dynamic. We should start to salute the great leadership of my friend of Ethiopia.
I'm pleased to be here with you today in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, the stock taking after successful first stock taking in Italy at FAO in 2023. 4 years after UN Food System Summit brought agri-food system transformation to be central of the global agenda. My sincere thanks to our hosts, the government of Ethiopia for UNFSS +4, and Italy, as I said, UNFSS +2, and more important, as a FAO host country since 1951. We moved from Washington, D.C. in 1995. For conveying this dialogue as such a pivotal, agri-food system offers a solution for food security and nutritional improvement, adaptation, mitigation to climate crisis, efficient use of natural resources, and equity. The problems are not only a source of challenges, they are also powerful engine of opportunities. Countries that act across these interconnected dimensions are already seeing returns in resilience, food security, and economic growth, and among others. Since 2022, governments have moved from commitment to implementation, redesigning policies, aligning sectors, and shifting investments. Transformation is underway, including right here in Ethiopia with FAO support. Net exported country for the first time in the history, they can export the wheat. And post-harvest grain losses have been reduced up to 40% in some areas, directly boosting food security and incomes. This stocktaking is essential on the urgent need to accelerate our efforts in transforming agri-food systems. The global context has shifted dramatically. Shocks are more frequent and more complex, and the path forward depends on stronger political will, strategic partnership, and bold investment. Allow me to share 3 thoughts that could help us move from vision to action. First, youth should be recognized as the drivers of agri-food system transformation. That's why I established the FAO Youth Committee at the 9th of September 2019, when I just arrived at FAO. And then 1 month later, on the day of the rural woman, 15th of October, I established the FAO Women's Committee. And 2 years ago, I established the first ever in the UN system, a regular budget support office of youth and women with 7 staff. You see, I'm very serious to address not only lip service, put a lot of slogan, we need a small action to change, to lead the big impact. Youth are the next generation of the producers, processors, and service providers, and the policymakers. Of course, also young scientists and business people, startups, you name it. They bring in energy, innovation, and a deep stake in a more sustainable future. Early this month, FAO released the first ever global assessment of youth in agri-food systems, which revealed that the world 1.3 billion youth live in low middle-income countries. 44% working youth are engaged in agri-food-related jobs. In the coming decade, 1.2 billion youth will enter the job market, but we risk leaving many behind. Closing the gap could boost the global GDP by $1.5 trillion, with nearly half of that growth coming from the agri-food system. That translates into more inclusive access to land, finance, market, education, especially decision-making, especially for youth and young women. Second, technology and innovation are key to overcoming systematic barriers. We must embrace innovation to address the many challenges threatening our agri-food system.
from the climate crisis and to hunger and market volatility. Science, technology, and innovation are more, not only options, they are more essential accelerators, and they are fundamental to turning challenges into opportunities. I hear they are going to leapfrog from traditional gas, oil driving transportation system here to the completely EV in the coming 10 years. And that's real revolutionary change. Agriculture also, all the energy sectors support agri-food system. Also, we need a new renewable energy. FAO has well established a World Food Forum with 3 pillars: hand-in-hand investment, science and innovation, empowerment of youth and women, including indigenous people, since 2022, pre-summit and summit. And launched the agri-food system technology Accio. It's a global for track innovative trend and provide evidence for scaling impactful solutions. Last year, we managed 16,000 participants in person in Rome and 45,000 online. So this year, we are going to celebrate 80th anniversary of FAO, and the coming months and October, we will have more events related. We are using the 80th anniversary to promote FAO mission and also get more partners to work together. And no surprise, this year will be more than 20,000 participants. Majority are younger than 50 years old. I don't know, I consider 50 years still young. From AI and digital agriculture to climate smarter farming and process technology, we are working to unlock the potential of innovation. Scaling innovation requires investment, about partnership. That is why FAO's hand-in-hand initiative. Joining now is about 80 countries and play the vital role. Most of LDC in Africa seeds are joined as hand-in-hand investment partnership. So we promote your investment plan together with World Food Forum. This country-leading initiative uses geospatial targeting and data analyzing to direct the investment where it is needed most. From $1.5 billion in 2022, the hand-in-hand supported the investment has grown over $4.5 billion 2024. So no surprise, this year will be reaching at least $6 billion. I don't know how many activities can bring this concurrent investment for the members. We are our specialized agency. That's our value. Value-added networking. UN still working. Of course, we can do more and better. Don't lose the trust and accountable UN system. That so far is only best system we can available in this world. The same, we needed to have an enabling policy on agri-food system, rural development as a priority, and put the basic human rights of the right to food at the foundation of our work. We must grant our efforts in human dignity and humanity. The right to food provide a normative framework for making agri-food system more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable, and more equitable. The operation, all the actions, G20 in Brazil has launched the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, a multiple stakeholder platform that mobilize, coordinate the financing, technical assistance, aligned with the national priority with the technical assistance by FAO. FAO has proud served as a technical backbone since 2021, having the countries turn their national pathway into the coherent, integrated action. As the UN lead special agency on agri-food system, we support transformation in over 120 countries, not just with advisor, but with tools, science, data, and smart investment. We have countries align agri-food system transformation with the National Development Plan, cultural strategy, climate target, and the biodiversity priority and nutrition goal. As Honorable President Ruto pointed out, 6 points. It's fully in line with our mission, our mandate, our priority. FAO flagship initiative, flags hand in hand, OCOP and the digital village, connect food production with the market, value chain, higher productivity, profitability, and sustainability. Our approach is systematic, identify strategic entry point where the action can generate broad change. Trade-offs exist, but also do powerful synergies. That is how we drive progress across the 4 betters. We start for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life leaving no one behind. The success story in Ethiopia, not only in capital, in the provincial, in the county town, they are starting. It's a 4 better Ethiopia. Fundamental is good food for all, for tomorrow, and for today, of course. We know fragmented approach create a bottleneck, and members we are showing the systematic thinking work together. The challenge now is not only action, but acceleration at a scale. We are now making systematic transformation and new normal, hand in hand with government, investors, academia, civil society, and the private sectors. And we are hosting the support mechanism of Global Alliance Against Poverty to accelerate implementation of best practice. So that's why we encourage all the ministers and friends, partners to dig the experience here, to combine your local conditions. Because agriculture is the best of nature. So transformation is not a distant ambition, it is also happening. But the pace, scale, coordination of our collective action will determine whether we success. Let us commit to learn, to design it, and to deliver it, and to scale it up together. The path to more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, more sustainable agrifood system is clear. The time is now. I keep saying agrifood system because agriculture and the forestry and fishery and land and water biodiversity not only offer the food, offer the feed, offer the fuel, offer the biodiversity, and also others friendly environment. So we say agrifood system offer the 5F, not only 1F. 1F is fundamental, but other 3F, 4F, more important. I mean, move from the middle-income countries to the high-income countries. That's my experience within China 40 years. When you are hungry, of course, food is number one. But when you move up, you have a feed, fuel, biofuel, not necessarily from the food, from the grass, and then also friendly environment, and the others, food diversity. Let us use this stock taking, reflect, and act boldly, and to strengthen our partnership to turn vision into action, turn the dream to reality. Together, we can ensure that transformation agri-food systems become a shared reality for people, for planet, for generations to come. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Chu Dong-yu, Director General of the FAO. And now, please welcome Alvaro Lario, President of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Ample mic. Okay, very good. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, Your Excellency, Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates and friends. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to pay tribute to Sir David Nabarro. Dear David, the amount of lives you touch personally as a mentor, advisor, and leader is immense. Your legacy and inspiration lives on in all of us. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, today marks the first time this stock-taking moment takes place on African soil. This is both symbolic and strategic, as the continent with the greatest need and also the greatest potential. Africa plays a central role for global food systems transformation. We are grateful to our hosts for convening us all today. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, Ethiopia has long been a continental leader in advancing food security and resilience through policies and investments that place small-scale farmers at the heart of national development. We're also pleased to recognize Italy's strong global leadership in sustainable development, and under the Mattei Plan for Africa, championed by Prime Minister Meloni, has brought renewed political momentum and a long-term vision for Africa's development and food systems transformation. IFAD is proud to work closely with both Ethiopia and Italy and to count them as strategic partners. Distinguished colleagues, up to $400 billion is needed annually to achieve our shared vision of sustainable and inclusive food systems. This amount represents less than 0.5% of global GDP and far less than the hundreds of billions currently spent each year on agricultural subsidies. While stepping up investments is essential, the real barrier is not about resources. It is our collective ability to align political will, access to finance, and international coordination. In the face of growing needs and declining development assistance, this summit must be a call to action. Many of the previous speakers talk about the drivers of success for food systems transformation, and many of them are part of IFAD's DNA. Investments in small-scale farmers, bringing climate adaptation solutions, local implementation and ownership, close integration with national development plans, and mobilization. But let me focus my intervention on financing food systems. First, we must invest both in immediate responses, but also in long-term structural changes. This is the only way to break out of the cycle of crisis and build a future that is stable, prosperous, and equitable for all. That means financing country-led solutions that strengthen resilience, crowding public and private actors, and build on the mandates of international organizations under synergies, without duplication and without fragmentation. Second, we need bold country-owned financing strategies that combine public, private, and development finance. But above all, we must ensure that finance reaches the small-scale farmers and agri-food SMEs who are at the heart of our food system. They are the ones who are feeding the world, driving innovation, generating jobs, contributing to food security, and most importantly, to social cohesion and to local economic growth. Reshaping food systems can generate $500 billion business opportunities every year, create 120 real jobs, and reduce the $12 trillion in costs and waste generated by food systems every year. Excellencies, dear colleagues, international financial institutions are already stepping up. In 2023 alone, IFIs, including IFAD, disbursed $17.8 billion for food systems, a clear demonstration of commitment and catalytic action. This financing complements domestic efforts and is helping to unlock private sector engagements and investments. Transforming food systems is within reach. The path is clear, the tools exist. What we need now is the determination, the unity of purpose, and the political will to go from ambition to action. Let us work together, governments, international organizations, financial institutions, civil society, the private sector, academia, the communities, and especially the farmers themselves, to turn this shared vision into lasting change. Investing in food systems is not aid. It is a strategic investment in our collective future, which its sister RBA agencies is ready to play its part. Betam Amese Ginalo. Thank you very much.
We thank you very much, Your Excellency Alvaro Lario, President of the IFAD. And finally, please welcome Her Excellency Cindy McCain, Executive Director of the World Food Programme, WFP.
they're actually there. Oh, yay. Got lucky.
Thank you. Last but not least, I'd like to thank Ethiopia and Italy, our hosts, for convening this summit. Our meeting is an important opportunity to review progress on the agreed at Food Systems Summit in 2021 and reaffirmed at the stocktake in Rome 2 years ago. I also want to thank the Deputy Secretary General, whose leadership on food systems transformation has been a guiding force for all of us. Above all, I thank the many governments represented here today. Your presence sends a clear message at the time of profound global uncertainty and change. We must stand together and act collaboratively. At the World Food Program, we see that even in the most challenging places where food systems are fragile and unstable, transformative change is possible. School meals programs are a shining example of how targeted investments can drive lasting impact. These programs feed tens of millions of vulnerable children and encourage their parents to keep them in school. They support livelihoods for local farmers, create jobs, sustain agricultural markets and economies, and they strengthen the resilience of national food systems. This is exactly the kind of intervention we must scale, replicate, and embed in national policy backed by sustainable financing. WFP is proud to serve the Secretariat for the School Meals Program and Coalition, which was launched at the Food Systems Summit. Today, it unites 109 governments and 6 regional bodies and 140 partner organizations, all working together to reach child everywhere through nationally owned and led programs. Political will is driving this transformation. National school meals programs are being scaled up with domestic resources, with public spending on them now exceeding $48 billion a year. But we must go even further and faster. We need new and deeper partnerships which are inclusive, locally anchored, and aligned across the humanitarian and development fields. Partnerships that deliver real, measurable results. Food systems is not just about feeding hungry people. They're also about building a more resilient, healthy, and sustainable future for everyone. Let us use this summit to reaffirm our commitment to listen, to inspire, to lead, and above all, to act. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Cindy McCain. And gentlemen, that brings us towards the conclusion of the opening ceremony of the second stocktake of the United Nations Food Systems Summit, UNFSS +4, a historic first that's happening on the African soil. We thank you all so much for joining us, and we wish you all a productive UNFSS +4. Over the coming 2 days, this will be a crucial platform for stock taking, reflecting on how to create more inclusive and sustainable food systems. We will shortly continue with the next segment of our program, and our moderator is right here on stage. If you may join us in warmly welcoming her to the stage to take over. Welcome.
I'll try my very best to match your voice. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Agnes Kaliba. I always remind you that I'm the special envoy for the Food Systems Summit. I take the opportunity now, this opportunity to invite Her Excellency, the Deputy Secretary General, to give a word of recognition for David Nabarro.
Excellencies, my fellow colleagues in the UN, many friends and partners, ladies and gentlemen, permit me at this point just to acknowledge with great sadness, as you heard from Alvaro, the passing of our dear friend and esteemed colleague, Sir David Nabarro, this past weekend. Sir David's tireless dedication to food systems transformation, global health and sustainable development had a profound impact on our world and on individuals everywhere. He was a world-class public servant, a source of inspiration and guidance to all who had the privilege to know and work with him. David brought energy, thoughtfulness, and kindness to everything he did. He had the ability to quickly identify something positive in any situation and in any person, and not something trite, something meaningful or strategic, accompanied by insights always on solutions and a way forward. David took on some of the world's biggest challenges through his life, from avian flu to the food crisis, to Ebola, to COVID-19. When called on, David was always ready to serve, and he did it selflessly. He'd like to say that we must first find in complexity. Only then are we able to navigate our challenges, build consensus, and take action together. As we begin this meeting, our thoughts and heartfelt condolences are with his family, his beloved Florence and his children and his friends and loved ones during this difficult time. Let us bring his spirit to our dialogue and carry forward his legacy in the work ahead. David was on his way to this conference, and many of us spoke to him in the hours before. We will miss him. Rest in peace, Sir David Nabarro.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Deputy Secretary General, and thank you all. In the same spirit, David Nabarro was a leader in our efforts to move from vision to action. He worked with countries on defining their national pathways. Today we are going to a session moving from vision to action entitled The Power of Political Will for Inclusive, Resilient, and Healthy Sustainable Food Systems. In this session, we are going to look at national and regional progress made since the 2021 Food Systems Summit, what happened since the stocktake moment of 2023, and we are going to look at what we've done in the area of inclusive governance, policy shifts, investments, and systems, food, and systemic transformation in the food system. We are going to listen to governments that have been leading this action. And it's my honor and privilege now to welcome the Minister of Agriculture of Ethiopia to take us, to lead this, to take the first slot in leading this conversation. Over to you, Minister. Do we have the Minister of Ethiopia in the room? I need the ministers to come and take on this conversation. After the Minister of Ethiopia, we have the Minister of Agriculture of Italy. But I'm waiting for the Minister of Ethiopia. Okay, so we continue. Agriculture of Italy, please do take.
Across the world, a revolution is taking root. In the face of mounting and unprecedented challenges, food systems are offering a new direction towards economic, social, and environmental justice.
So let's have a video while opening up, to help us open up this conversation.
Across the world, a revolution is taking root. In the face of unprecedented challenges, food systems are offering a new direction towards economic, social, and environmental justice. Farmers are building resilience to shocks through anticipatory action. School meals are nourishing the next generation. Smart technologies are complementing traditional knowledge, advancing agroecology and sustainability. Countries are adopting a systemic approach, converging food systems and climate action policies to help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Since the 2021 System Summit, countries have embarked on new pathways that are now delivering measurable results from the ground up. The 2023 Stocktake marked a step forward in accountability and inclusivity. Decision makers, citizens, and food system actors, from smallholder farmers to global corporations, now recognize the urgency to transform food systems and are aligning around a shared vision. More than ever, the voices of those normally left behind are being heard. Policies and financial support are being targeted to enhance the participation and leadership of rural communities and small-scale farmers. The voices and contributions of Indigenous people and women are being elevated to change decision-making processes. And the Global Youth Conference in Thailand has reignited ambitions, bringing together over 70 countries to set stronger intergenerational commitments. From Asia to Africa, Europe to the Arab region, and across the Americas and Caribbean, regional consultations have laid the foundation. This July, the world gathers in the heart of Africa in Addis Ababa, co-hosted by Ethiopia and Italy. In their steadfast partnership and commitment to food security, the UN Food System Summit +4 Stocktake provides the stage to accelerate collective action and delivery. Centered on the right to food and guided by new research, national data, and country-led evaluations, it will assess progress since 2021, identify gaps, and explore how to leverage fast-changing global and regional dynamics to accelerate transformation to current and future generations. This is a shared global responsibility. Governments, producers, youth, businesses, and civil societies are all stepping up to strengthen partnership, track commitments, and scale impact. But to power transformation, increased finance and investment remain essential. From concessional finance to climate funding, the focus is on mobilizing capital, more of it with a higher impact. Because food systems represent one of the highest return investments, they can improve health, advance equity, build climate resilience, and strengthen communities and economies. With just 5 years left to achieve the 2030 agenda, this is the time to accelerate progress and turn shared ambition into lasting, inclusive change.
So I'm going to provide the list of ministers that are going to speak so that people can prepare themselves ahead of time, so that we know who is coming when. So we have Cote d'Ivoire next. We have Indonesia, we have Uzbekistan, we have Nepal, South Africa, United Arab Republic, United Arab Emirates, and Zambia. Then I'll bring the next list of countries after that. I have another list of about 4 or 5 countries. Do we have the Minister of Cote d'Ivoire in here? Yes, please come on stage if Minister of Cote d'Ivoire is in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Do we have the Minister of Indonesia in the room? So we'll start with the Minister of Indonesia, then we'll come back to Cote d'Ivoire. Over to you, Your Excellency. Pardon? Oh yeah, that's... Please go ahead and speak from where you're seated.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Please speak up.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as part of the UN Decade of Actions to Achieve SDGs by 2030, Indonesia reaffirms the commitment through transforming food systems to be healthier, more nutritious, equitable, sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. Prioritize several programs that has to be achieved under the new 5-year medium-term National Development Plan until 2029, translating our vision into action. The first program is Free Nutritious Meals Program. We targeted more than 80 million beneficiaries for and under 5 years old, as well as pregnant and lactating women. The second program is related to food self-sufficiency. We will increase production that includes blue foods and local food, food diversification, partnering with small and medium enterprises, and reduce food loss and food waste. The third program is climate-smart, low-carbon, and nutrition-sensitive agriculture, including fortification and biofortification. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia welcome and appreciate the convening of this UNFSS +4. We all know face a more challenge in providing food security and food safety. For Indonesia, it is more than that. Food is the human rights for all people. It will complement and in line with our target from this meeting, harnessing a changing world for the future of sustainable food systems. Parallel with these efforts, Indonesia will also mobilize the necessary resources, including innovative financing, including through blended financing, for example, that encourage private sector engagement and investment in sustainable food systems. Ladies and gentlemen, for that reason, Indonesia calls for concerted global effort. We believe that the UNFSS +4 in Addis Ababa will be a venue and is timely on how we collectively maintain worldwide food stability, addressing both supply and demand dynamics. Therefore, Indonesia stands ready to collaborate with all stakeholders, including the United Nations, other countries, and other partners. Thank you, Chair.
That's going on. So can we have Ivory Coast now? And please, if you need to make a statement, when the names I've called out have finished, you can put up your hand. I don't need to write people down. You can raise your hand from where you're seated. But I'll first go with the list I read first. Is not working. Please help. Cote d'Ivoire microphone.
Thank you. Distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, chers
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, Alassane Ouattara, I address the warmest greetings. We are honored to participate in this stocktake, and we thank the host countries for providing us this opportunity. Under the guidance of His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic, nutrition has become one of the highest national priorities and has been placed at the center of the fight against extreme poverty and the assurance of shared prosperity. For food and nutrition, a council was created after we joined the Scaling Up Nutrition movement in 2013. This was placed under the leadership of the Vice Presidency of the Republic and coordinated national consultations and assessment on food systems, which made it possible for Côte d'Ivoire to follow several guidelines during the New York summit. Implementation of plans against climate change and biodiversity loss. Since the summit held in Rome in 2023, much progress has been made by my country, Côte d'Ivoire. We continue to deploy our vast program of agricultural investments, the main purpose of which is to reach food sovereignty. Specifically, the National Developmental Plan for the current 4-year period will meet the needs of the public in animal and plant protein. We have just adopted a new multi-sectoral nutrition plan for the next 4 years. This will guarantee optimal nutrition to the population as a whole in order to develop human capital and have sustainable inclusive growth. It gives pride of place to nutrition. This development plan, which is being concluded, is a strategic way of improving the security of our food systems. As a champion of the African Union for the 2063 agenda, President Alassane Ouattara has made the fight against hunger one of his main priorities through the following actions. First of all, advocating the acceleration of investments and the implementation and coordination of actions to assure food security and proper nutrition across Africa. The fight against malnutrition and making our progress available to all African states in order to ensure progress and work in coordination with all bodies of the United Nations. The implementation of our action plan for food security in order to ensure the success of our other efforts. And lastly, the implementation of a program to restore degraded ecosystems and promote sustainable development. Ladies, gentlemen, in response to the many challenges the continent faces, we must collectively rethink African food systems through the creation of an institutional, political, and financial environment which is suitable for progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We do have a number of people that need to speak. We are going to put up a timer. 4 minutes is the amount of time I speak. After 4 minutes, you'll be cut off. So please avoid being cut off and speak within your 4 minutes. Now it's the time to call Oman to give their statement. Over to you, Honorable Minister from Oman.
Hold on. Mike, the sound needs to go up.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashraf al-mursalin. Al-bidaya nataqaddam bi jazil al-shukr.
To begin, I would like to address my thanks
على ما تم الاتفاق عليه من خلال
for the organization of this food system and
حكومة سلطنة عمان خلال السنوات الماضية بتنفيذ العديد من الاستراتيجيات التي أطلقتها وأخرى قيد الإعداد تسهم في تعزيز الإنتاج المحلي وتنويع سلاسل الإمداد وضمان الاستخدام الموارد الطبيعية بالإضافة إلى تحسين التغذية ومكافحة سوء التغذية ومن أبرز
as well as the use of natural resources and working to improve nutrition and security.
والاستراتيجية الوطنية للتكيف والتخفيف من التغيرات المناخية بالإضافة إلى استراتيجية البيئة والموارد الطبيعية واستراتيجية التنوع الوراثي للحيوانات المحلية. حققت سلطنة
We also have the strategy on animal diversity. We are 34th in the world when it comes to efforts made to strengthen sustainability and reduce pollution. The sound quality does not make it possible to interpret precisely. The interpreter apologizes. We are the best country at the worldwide scale when it comes to improving the quality of life and strengthening public health services. Our government has given priority to water resources in order to conserve them. Affected by external factors, we work to ensure balance between the use of water resources when it comes to the different regions of the Sultanate. We have implemented legislation to manage water resources. We also have programs for small businesses to support the efforts of small farmers. Thank you very much, and peace be to all of you.
Uzbekistan, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Uzbekistan. Hello.
It's coming. Uzbekistan.
Thank you. I'm here. Excellencies, these distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I thank for this invitation, United Nations and government for hosting this important platform, which comes at a time when the global food system is under increasing strain. Of course, since this morning, we hear lots of good directions to improve food systems. And in Uzbekistan, under the leadership of our president, we also adopted 2030 strategy, and we're following all the suggested directions. If you think, if you ask, for the last 5 years, we increased our food production, also food export. As I understand, there are two main factors for food systems. One, among other many factors influencing, two main factors are production increase. All the governments, all the peers right now suggesting or proposing food increase, production, agricultural production increase. Second is marketing. We have to sell our products, market well. However, because of climate change issues, because of technological advances, because of logistics problems in many countries, geopolitical situation, we have to think our approaches very seriously. In Uzbekistan, we adopted a strategy for agricultural development. We have lots of international partners. One key thing I suggest for UN food systems also to adopt, or we have to together work with our partners, collaborators, peers, that we have to think not only implement new technologies or STEM technologies, we also think about bringing to agriculture humanity, creativity,
ethics and imagination. Otherwise, these high technological platforms, smart agricultural systems might be the problematic in the future, because any production increase in agriculture leave imprints. We have to think seriously about our inputs. We have to think about utilization of our water resources, bringing back to the agricultural community humanity, ethics, and creativity to solve any solutions, as well as the imagination. We have to imagine what will be in the future if we increase our production. Many already produced food products are lost, but just one figure. We right now produce 4 billion tons of food products worldwide. However, 1 billion tons of food valued at approximately $1 trillion are lost every day due to poor storage and sorting capacities, as well as food sharing programs. So my fellow colleagues, I just propose that we, in parallel with STEM projects, smart agriculture, digitalized agriculture projects, we have to bring Heiki mind to agriculture and food system. Thank you very much.
For some reason, can you hear me? Okay. Is microphone working? Okay. So South Africa, then United Arab Emirates, Zambia, then Armenia, Saudi Arabia, Algeria. Just so you remember the order. So South Africa, it's your turn. South Africa is in the room. Please go ahead. Turn on the microphone of South Africa, please. Let's go to United Arab Emirates. Okay. I don't see UAE. Not there. Let's go to Zambia. Is Zambia in here? Okay. Then let's go to Armenia. Is Armenia in here?
Yeah.
Please go ahead. So we are starting with Armenia now.
Distinguished ministers, esteemed constituency representatives, it's an honor to address you today at the second United Nations Food System Summit stocktake. We are deeply grateful to the government of Ethiopia and Italy, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and partner organizations for convening this important event. Today's gathering provides an opportunity to assess the progress of food systems transformation and its contribution to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2021 UN Food Systems Summit, organized by the Secretary General, was a turning point. It reframed food systems as essential to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and inspired global action, encouraging countries to launch transformative national pathway and bringing together a wide range of stakeholders. Today's summit reaffirmed our shared political will and collective responsibility. It offers a platform for successful national efforts and innovative solutions that are addressing food system challenges. Agriculture plays a vital role in Armenia's economy. It is the main source of income in rural areas, contributing about 8% to our GDP and employing over 22% of our workforce. Since Agriculture policy has focused on strengthening food security and self-sufficiency. The systemic study on our food security system helped identify strengths and gaps in policy, legislation, market dynamics, and supply chains. It revealed our reliance on external supply chains and the need for more resilient, integrated approaches. As part of our poverty reduction efforts, we have prioritized domestic production of key food items and reduced dependency on imports. We also recognize the importance of other economic sectors that affect food value chains and overall food security. Our agricultural reforms have become more targeted and result-driven. A major milestone was the 2020-2030 strategy for agricultural development, which promotes efficiency, food safety, food security, innovation, and experts. In 2023, we also adopted a food security strategy and action plan to guide further progress. Despite our efforts, we still face serious challenges, including climate change, regional instability, economic and infrastructure constraints. Armenia's agricultural sector remains highly dependent on weather conditions. Dry summers and irregular rainfall threaten crop yields. Our geopolitical situation has also caused major disruption in regional trade and food supply chains. Closed borders and underdeveloped infrastructure, especially in rural, pressing concerns. Limited storage facilities and outdated farming equipment reduce both productivity and our ability to distribute food effectively. Many farmers still struggle to access international markets. Despite this issue, Armenia has made notable progress in enhancing food security through targeted government initiatives and international cooperation. To achieve key goals such as advancing unfired agrarian policy, promoting high-value and organic agriculture, and improving food security, our ministry plays a central role. It develops and monitors support programs for agri-food sector, manages agricultural risk, and shapes political policies across key sectors such as animal husbandry, plant breeding, food safety, and irrigation. With this vision, Armenia stands ready to deepen its collaboration with.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now it's my pleasure to call on the Honorable Minister of Saudi Arabia. Please turn on the microphone for Saudi Arabia.
Okay, thank you very much.
Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much. أصحاب المعالي الحضور الكرام السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته يطيب لي باسم المملكة
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I would like to thank the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for this invitation. I would like to also thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for calling for this meeting, which hopefully will contribute to a brighter future for all peoples. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia focuses and gives priority to food security via its strategies in a way that is consistent with our vision for 2030. We would like to reaffirm the importance of food systems transformation by rational use of natural resources, in addition to harnessing the energy of sustainable agriculture, and also by giving our support to youth, women, and small-scale farmers. We have a roadmap for food system transformation by giving priority to our agricultural sector and establishing strategies for food security, for water, soils, and agriculture. All these strategies have led to an increase in our production and our harvest. We have 118 billion Saudi riyals, which have been the result of our agricultural efforts. In addition to these efforts, we have increased our investments by 1,000% over the last 5 years, and we have invested 7 billion Saudi riyals in 2020. We have adopted technologies that have led to scaling up of our production base by harnessing technologies. So we have also have invested in pisciculture. We work in cooperation with regional and international organizations in order to achieve sustainable development. In addition to developing our rural areas, we have invested major and we have established a budget in order to increase our production and also enable our women and youth. I would like to reaffirm that the future of sustainable agriculture needs a multidisciplinary strategy and approach that relies on the cooperation among all sectors. We hope that this will lead to our development and also to enabling all our people from the grassroots so that we can translate our principles and into actions. May the peace of Allah and His blessings be upon you.
Thank you so much, Saudi Arabia. Now, I'll remind you the list of countries that are coming up so you can prepare. The next countries are Algeria, Kuwait, Rwanda, Tanzania, Equatorial Guinea, Belarus, Belgium, Azerbaijan. So let's go to Algeria now. Let's listen to Algeria.
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Compassionate, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our meeting today is held at a turning point of an agricultural revolution that has started in 2021 with the UN Food Systems Summit. Algeria has participated in this process by integrating food systems transformation in all our strategies. We have a national roadmap that aims to achieve food security and includes a number of procedures that are consistent with the call to action of the 2023 Food Systems Summit. We have integrated the food systems transformation by scaling up our action and working with all our sectors, as well as local actors, regional and international organizations. We have worked with academics and have focused on the role of youth and women. Food systems transformation have been integrated in strategies that aim to achieve food security, increase our harvest, as well as our animal production. We aim to achieve a future where we have a resilient sector. We have worked to develop our agriculture in the south, and we have also worked to develop our refrigeration systems and work towards stability of prices. We also have 100,000 tons per silo so that we can preserve our food and prevent loss of food. In addition to these measures, we have worked with investors in order to encourage agriculture in our desert. Our aim is to reform 100,000 hectares in our deserts in spite of all the climate challenges. In order to tackle the challenges of climate change, as well as our harsh climate in the deserts, we have established water reservoirs in order to capture rainwater, and we have also built dams. We worked also in 2025 to desalinate water. We have several desalination stations that contribute to the irrigation of our lands. Actually, our desalination stations contribute to the irrigation of 60% of our agricultural land. We also have a green dam that has led to the increase of our agricultural land by.
Now let's go on to Kuwait. Let's turn on the microphone of Kuwait. Honorable Minister from Kuwait. Okay. Is Kuwait in? We will now move on to Rwanda, if Kuwait is not ready.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Let me start with this statement or this quote. Food systems transformation is not just about producing more, it's about producing better and together. Please, I'm pleased to join you for this important stock-taking of a global food systems transformation agenda. Reflecting on progress, Rwanda has made significant steps since the previous UN Food Systems Summit. We have localized our national pathways through inclusive dialogues and aligned our food systems reforms with the broader goals of Vision 2050 and Malawi. Notable milestones include scaling up nutrition-sensitive agriculture, investing in youth-led enterprises, and promoting homegrown school feeding programs and biofortified crops to combat malnutrition. To achieve climate-resilient agri-food systems, we are unlocking a diversity of opportunities through strategic investments in irrigation, regenerative agriculture, and innovative practices such as hydroponic fodder production. Excellencies, dear audience, partnerships and tracking commitments are vital. Rwanda has established strong coordination platforms with development partners and continues to work closely with UN agencies, CGR centers, and philanthropic organizations. We are committed to using evidence-based monitoring to track delivery on our commitments and course correct wherever needed. However, challenges remain. Unlocking finance and increasing investments is a priority. The gap between ambition and available financing, especially for climate-resilient infrastructure, value addition, and inclusive systems, must be addressed. We call for increased concessional financing, blended models, and support for private sector engagement, particularly for women
and youth. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda stands ready to share lessons and host regional learning initiatives to support peer countries in advancing their pathways. We reaffirm our political and ethical commitment to building resilient, inclusive, and sustainable food systems that leave no and no sword untouched. Allow me to conclude by saying that a food system that feeds all populations, nourishes our children, sustains our environment, and empowers our youth is not a dream. It is a shared vision. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Wanda. Now we move on to the Honorable Minister of Tanzania. After that, we'll go on to Belgium, Belarus, Azerbaijan, Yemen, Equatorial Guinea. Then I'll give you the next list. So let's move on.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, Ministers, Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rusconi of the Italian Republic. Allow me on behalf of the government of the United States to convey our deep appreciation to the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for the warm hospitality and excellent logistical and substantive arrangements extended to our delegation. Participating in this second United Nations Food System Summit convened in strategic partnership with the government of the Italian Republic, and special appreciation to the UN family. It is a profound honor to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania, whilst we in Tanzania put forward unwavering solidarity with the global community in advancing sustainable, equitable, and resilient food systems for the benefit of present and our future generation. United Republic of Tanzania is undertaking comprehensive measures to transform its food systems. We are advancing climate smart and sustainable agricultural practices, strengthening food value chains and rural markets, empowering women, youth, and smallholder farmers, mainstream nutrition development planning, and deepening regional cooperation in agricultural innovation and food trade. We invite fellow countries and partners experience with us together and open for more further discussions and engagements during this summit, and use this summit as a platform for gains. To accelerate this transformation, the United Republic of Tanzania has also introduced key policy, institutional, and pragmatic measures that are firmly aligned with our National Development Vision 2050 and regional and sub-regional commitment, which include the 5 key areas as follows. First is the establishment of the Presidential Food and Agriculture Delivery Council. Second, the formulation of the National Pathways for Sustainable Food Systems and the National Roadmap to Sustainable Food System Transformation by year 2030. Number 3 is the rollout of Tanzania Food System Resilience Program. Number 4, the preparation of the Agricultural Master Plan for 2050, 25 years. And the last one, the enhancement of the National Food Reserve Agency, and the construction of a Center of Excellence for reducing post-harvest losses and management, including National Agricultural Reference Laboratory. The government of Tanzania has also significantly increased public investment in the agricultural sector, expanded the operation of the Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank, which is tackling the financing part, including strengthening of the investment in Zanzibar Islands by establishing a cooperative bank. Tanzania has also instituted the Agriculture Development Fund to bolster agricultural infrastructure and substantially improve food crop production, thus attaining over 128% food self-sufficiency. Excellencies, since 2023, agricultural development programs have directly benefited over 5,000 youth and women, to indicate the creation of employment opportunities for over 3 million people, particularly within these priority groups by the year 2030. To conclude, to overcome these impediments, we must enhance international solidarity, reinforce strategic partnership, and scale up investment in sustainable agriculture. Equally vital is the facilitation of technology transfer, capacity building, and equitable access to productive resources. We in the United Republic of Tanzania hereby invite all those interested parties, both in public and private sector, including businesses, to come to Tanzania and share your experiences with us and pave way forward for better collaboration of exchange of knowledge and experience. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now let's quickly move on to the Minister of Belgium. Over to you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to represent Belgium at the second Food Systems Summit, Stocktake. 2 years ago, Belgium committed a resilient, fair and healthy food policy. And today we strongly reaffirm our steadfast commitment. We believe in multilateralism as a path to coordinated solutions and advocate for a stronger global governance rooted in a rights-based approach to food systems. Belgium's international cooperation is guided by 3 global public goods: climate, health, and stability. We view sustainable food systems as essential to addressing climate change, promoting global health, and fostering peace. Reflecting this, nearly 14% of our cooperation budget is dedicated to food systems, transformation, and food security. And our approach prioritizes the most vulnerable. We believe that inclusive lasting change must be co-created, and we just heard it earlier, with the most affected, namely farmers and public authorities, within existing frameworks. And innovation is vital, but it must be paired with proven sustainable practices such as agroecology. And we also want to commend the work of Belgian NGOs, partnering with local actors to support family farming and combat rural poverty and food insecurity. And also domestically, Belgium's regions, and we have 3 of them, that's Wallonia, Flanders, and the Brussels Capital Region, have taken significant steps. For example, the Walloon government launched the Eat Tomorrow strategy, Stratégie Manger Demain, to accelerate the transition to a sustainable food system. Similarly, Flanders adopted its Good for Food strategy, and the Brussels Capital Region launched the Good Food 2 strategy. All 3 strategies adopt a food systems approach and were developed inclusively through co-creation with diverse stakeholders. In research, and knowledge exchange on shared challenges, such as engaging the retail sector, and include robust monitoring and evaluation frameworks to maximize their impact. To illustrate some of the impactful actions so far, Wallonia is promoting sustainable food and catering by rolling out a sustainable canteen label. Flanders is involving citizens in the Big Food Map project for healthier food environments. And Brussels is developing good food supply chains for local sustainable products. So the UNFSS has created a global momentum for food systems transformation. While progress has been made, significant challenges remain. We must continue working together to build sustainable, equitable, and future-proof food systems worldwide. Systems that nourish people, support sustainable economic, social, and environmental resilience. Belgium remains fully committed to doing its part. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Let's go on to Belarus.
Thank you, Chair. Head of the Belarusian delegation. Excellencies, distinguished guests, first of all, allow me to extend sincere appreciation and gratitude to the Ethiopian government for kind invitation to participate and for warm welcome of our summit. Evidently, the role and importance of the agricultural production and food processing industry in the immediate future will increase. That is why it is of high importance to bring to one place the best international and local expertise in the agricultural sector to ensure that in the 21st century, when we are surrounded by the space, IT, and other high-level technologies, the people and especially will not suffer of the lack of food. Food security has been high on the global agenda in recent years, and certainly not without reason. Indeed, according to the various studies undertaken by FAO and others, there is enough food to feed everyone on the globe. Yet, up to 800 million people are starving, while nearly 2 billion people do not have a permanent access to healthy food. As a result, the world is significantly lagging behind
in achieving Sustainable Development Goal 2, which is about ending hunger. How can one explain this divergence between what is possible and what is available? The short answer is that food systems around the world have been increasingly under stress. There are multiple factors that put them under stress, like climate change, pandemics, wars, and conflicts. But I would like to point out another factor which stands out among all, because it is clearly a man-made factor and can be easily removed. The factor is unilateral coercive measures. Its effect is the following: specific unlawful action undertaken by some states against others create food insecurity worldwide. Specifically, Western sanctions against Belarus and Russia, introduced, by the way, without UN mandates, have led to a sharp decline in the supply of fertilizers, grain, and other food items on international markets. As a result, the restrictions triggered a chain of events that eventually contributed to global food insecurity. That is why Belarus calls for the elimination of this man-made factor. It means that the countries that impose sanctions must leave them. A few words about Belarus' specific contribution to global food security. We have built in our country a highly developed, sustainable, and innovative agricultural sector. As a result, Belarus is one of the larger producers of food, fertilizers, and agricultural machinery, which we trade with all interested countries, particularly with those in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Furthermore, we provide our agro-products in the framework of humanitarian assistance to countries in need. Generally, we stand ready to do our best to strengthen food system around the world and contribute to global food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Belarus. Let's go now to the Honorable Minister of Azerbaijan.
Distinguished colleagues, esteemed participants of the plenary, it's a pleasure and honor to share Azerbaijan's perspectives and experiences regarding the transformation of food systems, a topic of paramount importance for our collective future. We all recognize that resilient food systems are indispensable to advancing progress across the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Inclusive, resilient, healthy, and sustainable food systems encompass all elements, both food and non-food, that contribute to improved livelihoods and human well-being. However, persistent regional conflicts, climate change, and other global challenges place severe stress on agri-food systems and threatens our food security. Without timely and coordinated action, we risk facing a global food emergency with far-reaching consequences. Therefore, accelerating food system transformation is not an option. It's a necessity for all of us. Given the multifaceted and evolving nature of food system challenges, the digital transformation of agriculture represents a critical shift. Governments must prioritize policies that support infrastructure development, enhance connectivity, promote educational advancement, and cultivate innovation systems. These efforts must include programs that build digital skills and foster a culture of innovation among all actors in the agricultural sector. Equally important is the ensuring universal access to healthy and nutritious food. According to FAO estimates, approximately 73% of the hidden costs of the global food system are linked to health-related expenditures. Recognizing that unhealthy diets are a major contributor to these costs, we believe it is imperative for agricultural policies to prioritize the production and promotion of nutritious food and balanced diets. Furthermore, science and innovation must be at the heart of agricultural transformation. Scientific research remains the primary engine of innovation in agriculture, and we must enhance international cooperation in this domain. We encourage the implementation of joint projects, technology transfer initiatives, and the exchange of best practices among stakeholders to foster innovation and sustainability in agriculture. In closing, Azerbaijan remains committed to supporting global efforts towards the transformation of food systems and stands ready to collaborate with all partners to achieve our shared goals. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Azerbaijan. Now we go to the Honorable Minister of Yemen. Please turn on the microphone of Yemen.
Oh, yes. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ashab al-Ma'ali.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy to take part in the proceedings of this important conference. And we first of all would like to thank the Ethiopian government for hosting this event, as well as the Italian government for its support. And I would like to say that Yemen is facing a humanitarian crisis. Therefore, we have a food shortage because of the war, because of the climate change. Yemen is facing challenges in agricultural production. The conflicts at sea have also impacted fishery resources, and the government of Yemen has put in place a plan in order to increase the social protection systems and in order to improve the fisheries production. Our efforts aim at increasing in favor of small farmers, and we are also supporting many other productive sectors. There is a need for a political will, political commitment in order to harness the necessary investments and in order to build capacity, in order to ensure sustainability in the efforts which we are making in this area. We also need to improve its investments in rural infrastructure, in hydraulic systems, and also we need to improve investments in youth and women sectors. In Yemen, we need not only humanitarian assistance, but we also need assistance in order to modernize the agricultural sector, especially as most of our population are relying on agriculture and fisheries for their livelihood. So we look forward to benefiting from the assistance needed. Thank you all. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Yemen. Now we go on to the Honorable Minister of Equatorial Guinea. Let me tell the next set of countries is Bhutan, Djibouti, Ghana, Thailand, and Guinea-Conakry, so you can know and be in the room. Over to you, Equatorial Guinea.
Excellencies, it is an honor and pleasure to take the floor at this important event.
I would like to thank you
Excellency,
for
the
this
President
opportunity.
of Equatorial Guinea, who unfortunately was not able to attend in person. I also wish to express my thanks to the people of Ethiopia for the warm welcome extended to myself and my delegation, and we feel as if we were at home here. We congratulate the Italian government and the United Nations agencies for holding this summit at a crucial moment of pressure on food systems. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since the first food summit was convened, Equatorial Guinea has followed the guidelines as a practical focus and an opportunity for the world opportunity to take specific action to change food systems as they existed at present. Equatorial Guinea has a tropical climate, fertile soils, and is essentially an agricultural country, but we have either subsistence or obsolete agricultural practices in place. Current production is not enough to respond to the need for food. This is why we import food despite the major agricultural and fishing potential we have. In order to respond to this reality and encourage self-production, self-reliance, we have drawn up strategic plans in order to align with the Sustainable Development Programs for 2030 and 2063 in order to promote the productive sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the national dialogue in Equatorial Guinea was done with the involvement of all social levels, the public and private sector, non-government organizations, and a national council to consolidate food production by promoting sustainable agriculture and ensuring a safe food supply for all and ensuring equitable remuneration for all involved. The National Program for Food Security was drawn up, and we have support models set up for small farmers in all districts. The government of my country has taken steps to eliminate food waste through the Standardization Agency. We also have built a tuna canning factory in Annabon. We are supporting Guinean women through a special program. The Prime Minister has convened fora to boost the productive sector. Nevertheless, despite national efforts, the constant support of the United Nations continues to be indispensable. We still harbor the hope that the 6 actions taken at this summit will make it possible for us to reach new solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now we move on to the Honorable Minister of Bhutan.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of His Majesty the King, Royal Government, and the people of Bhutan, I extend our appreciation for hosting this timely summit. We gather here not just to reflect, but to renew our resolve, for in these times of climate stress, rising inequality, the food system transformation is no longer a choice, but a necessity. In Bhutan, this transformation is being navigated through the lens of our enduring development philosophy of gross national happiness, which places human well-being, ecological harmony, and equity at the heart of progress. Since the first Food System Summit, we have installed the transformation agenda by establishing National Food Systems Task Force and aligning our policies, programs, and plans to the food systems pathways we have committed to. Our vision is bold: to achieve food and nutrition security, climate resilience, inclusive and sustainable prosperity through conscious and sustainable means. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to report the following progress. Number 1, Bhutan remains committed to organic agriculture. Farmyard manure and regenerative agriculture practices form the backbone of our production system. Our use of synthetic fertilizer remains one of the lowest in the world, with only about 5.4 kgs per acre. And recently, we have launched the 21st Century Economic Roadmap, a 10x economic vision, which reiterated this commitment. Number two, we are also deeply committed to nutrition and healthy diets. Our One Child, One Egg per Day initiative, implemented in partnership with FAO, is improving nutrition of our children while boosting the rural poultry enterprise. Quinoa, our product, is being introduced into school and hospital meals, linking nutrition to livelihood and land use. Our school feeding program sources meals locally, closing the loop between production and consumption. 3, to drive inclusive agri-food system transformation, we have hosted our first National Youth Symposium on Food Systems, as well as convened Bhutan Agri-Food Trade and Investment Forum 2024, bringing together policymakers, farmers, youth, and investors. 4, guided by the principles of gross national happiness, Bhutan is taking mindfulness approach towards food system transformation. Next year, we will host the first International Conscious Food Systems Summit and Bhutan Agri-Food Trade Investment Forum in partnership with UNDP and FAO respectively, inviting the world to imagine not just about how we farm and eat, but how we think about food and make mindfulness investment. Therefore, I warmly invite all of you to join Bhutan on our journey toward a mindful transformation of food systems, one rooted in purpose, partnership, and planetary well-being. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while proud of our progress, we face pressing challenges: labor shortages, fragmented lands, climate threats, and limited market access. Yet, with the right partnership, youth engagement, digital innovation, and inclusive policies, we believe these challenges can become powerful opportunities for resilience and growth. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, Bhutan reaffirms our commitment to building inclusive, right-based, and sustainable food systems for people, for planet, and for generations to come. Thank you, and touch the leg.
In the next set of countries, so people can be in the room. Djibouti, Ghana, Thailand, Guinea-Conakry, India, Portugal, Central African Republic, Ukraine, Haiti, Namibia, Nigeria, Burundi, then we'll close. So please, over to you, Djibouti.
Merci, Madame le modérateur. Je vais essayer
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I will be very quick. I wish to first of all thank our hosts, especially the Prime Minister, for having hosted the second UN Food Systems Summit stocktake. I also wish to stress and thank the United Nations system for having assisted in the organization of this plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, today we meet to speak of a subject which should no longer be a problem in the 21st century. This is hunger. Millions of Africans suffer from hunger and malnutrition, a challenge which we, as African leaders, have the moral and strategic obligation to respond to. A world without hunger is a necessity. It is an imperative. It is our political responsibility. Djibouti, like many African countries, faces the challenge of the scarcity of resources and the effects of climate change. Nevertheless, despite these constraints, we have a resilient, sustainable agricultural sector which can feed our nation and contribute to world food security. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to eliminate hunger, we must focus on regional cooperation and a better management of our resources. We must heighten local knowledge whilst adopting modern technology. Our farms can be modernized thanks to irrigation, intelligent agriculture, and seeds which are resistant to extreme climatic conditions. The example of our neighbors who have combined tradition and innovation demonstrate that Africa can also be a leader in food security. Excellencies, I firmly believe that the future of our continent rests in our ability to strengthen local value chains and to restrict our dependency on imported foods. This gives greater security to local farmers and young farmers, who are very often the main producers of food. These local producers must have access to financing, to training, and to infrastructure for their work to be successful. It is also an issue of cooperation. No country can succeed alone in this effort. Together, we have solid resources to exchange our experience and to guarantee smooth flows of trade to support our farmers and consumers. We face many challenges, but there is also an increase in local and regional initiatives. We can work together and ensure food security for ourselves and for the world. I reaffirm Djibouti's commitment to work closely with all of our partners, both in Africa and the rest of the world, to put an end to hunger in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thanks for highlighting also the importance of local knowledge and technology. My name is Khalid Al-Tawil. I will continue to be your moderator for the remaining of this session. We have 13 speakers, so I would like to ask you to be concise. Would like to let every minister in the room speak. So next speaker is Ghana. You have the floor. Ghana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are transforming Ghana's food systems through the Feed Ghana program. The Feed Ghana program is the government flagship agricultural transformation program, serving as the vehicle for operationalizing the agriculture for economic transformation agenda. The program aims to modernize food production systems and improve productivity across key crops and livestock, strengthen seed and fertilizer systems, irrigation, mechanization, and digital advisory services, expand value chains, attract private investment, and create jobs for youth and women, promote resilience through climate smart agriculture and digital innovation. Key milestones include subsidized input distribution, which has enhanced access to fertilizers and certified seeds distribution in key farming districts, support for cooperatives and the formalization of farmers' organizations has deepened inclusion and market linkages. 46,558 community commodity farmer cooperatives formed as of 27 July 2025. Investment in poultry revitalization and the backyard poultry program has enhanced household nutrition and incomes, especially for women. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana recognizes that sustainable agricultural transformation requires reliable, inclusive, and catalytic financing. Major interventions include the following: launch of the Women's Development Bank, a dedicated financial institution providing tailored products to support women in agriculture, agro-processing, and trade. Scaling up the Ghana School Feeding Program. Budgetary allocation to the Ghana School Feeding Program has increased by 33% in 2025. Daily feeding grant per child raised to 100%. Digitization and decentralization introduced to improve efficiency, transparency, and timely payments. Under the Food System Resilience Program, Ghana has secured funding from the World Bank Investment under this program covers irrigation infrastructure, seed banks, veterinary services, and climate resilient technologies. Over 240,000 smallholders to adopt climate smart agriculture technologies by 2028. Ghana continues to call for reform of the global food finance architecture to make financing accessible and affordable to developing countries. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the combined impact of the Feed Ghana program and the targeted financing interventions is helping Ghana achieve food and nutrition security by expanding availability of diverse and nutritious foods at national and household levels, increasing access to animal source proteins, example poultry, through backyard production and cooperatives, strengthening the linkage between school feeding and local agriculture, enhancing dietary diversity for children while boosting farmer incomes, supporting women entrepreneurs and processors to scale nutritious food production and reduce post-harvest losses, promoting digital innovations and behavioral change communication to encourage healthy dietary choices. These efforts are fully aligned with Ghana's National Food Systems Pathway and contribute directly to SDG 2, Zero Hunger, SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being, and SDG 13, Climate Action.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thanks for highlighting the Feed Ghana program, which I'm sure it is an inspiration for many, many other countries. I would like now to go to Thailand. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Kingdom of Thailand, I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and Italian Republic, and to the UN Food System Coordination Hub for hosting this important, timely UNFSS platform gathering. It is a great honor to speak on behalf of the Kingdom of Thailand under the theme, From Vision to Action, the Power of Political Will for Inclusive, Healthy and Sustainable Food System. Since the 2021 UN Food System Summit, Thailand has demonstrated a strong political will to translate the global vision into concrete national action. Our journey began with multi-stakeholder dialogue across ministry and regions, resulting in a nationally owned pathway aligned with the SDGs and the UN FSS action tracks. This transformation is being implemented through 4 strategic pillars, including integrated governance, inclusive economy and finance, science, innovation and technology, and collective capacity building. Importantly, we are localizing our provincial food committee to ensure that national strategies are responsive to local needs and requirements. We believe that food is not only essential for life, but also a catalyst for all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Let us continue working together, learning, investing, and advancing our shared pathway from vision to action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thailand. Thank you also for being within the time limit. I go now to Guinea.
Thank you. I'm here. Thank you for this opportunity. I would briefly like to share with you experience of India from food system vision to outcome. Some of the major challenges which motivated us to adopt elements of food system strategy are: 1, serious disconnect between producers and consumer. Producers always complaining they are not getting right price for their produce. Consumer always complaining that they are not getting value for their money. Second reason is that serious mismatch between achievement on food production and health outcome. Then there is serious issue of employment. Then very slow participation of private sector in agriculture and almost absence of producer in post-harvest segment, and then issues related to sustainability. So to address these challenges, we started with a new focus on agriculture some years back. It has many elements of a strategy for food system transformation. In terms of achievements, it led to achievement in growth. Today, in the last decade, we are the fastest growing large agriculture sector among major countries in the world. We have seen demand-led diversification. Our horticulture is growing 2 times the staple, livestock is growing 3 times the growth in staple, and fishery is growing at 4 times the growth rate in staples. We also achieved stability, we also de-risked agriculture, and we were also enabled by these achievements in production front to start ambitious nutrition intervention program, and we are supplying 40% requirement of cereals free to 2/3 of our population. As a result of achievement on production front and nutrition intervention, we brought down our poverty percent from 27% to 5% in terms of $3 poverty line. In terms of hunger, again, we have made a big achievement. And another achievement is in terms of gender equality. And recently, we have further consolidated these initiatives, and we hope that we will be able to address all those challenges, the most important of which to our mind is jobs, and we are now trying to create jobs in food system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And definitely India is one of the countries that has achieved huge progress in decreasing hunger and malnutrition. I go now to the esteemed delegate of Guinea-Conakry.
Bonsoir à tout le monde. Merci de m'avoir donné.
Thank you and good evening to everybody. Thank you for giving me the floor. On behalf of the President of the Guinean government, Mr. Amadou Leba, who hasn't been able to be here, he has asked me to deliver this message in his place. Guinea is very grateful to the United Nations and to the government of Turkey for making it possible for us to be present at this summit about the dynamic transformation of food systems 4 years after our original commitment was stated at the first meeting. Guinea is developing in a dynamic way, in a coherent strategy and vision. The President of the government, head of state and chief of the armed forces has provided a detailed program with a vision which envisages a prosperous Guinea, a Guinea of solidarity, a Guinea which is devoted to sustainable development and strengthening our human capital and capabilities. We have made several very important steps on this road. Firstly, strengthening governance and coordination. Secondly, policy and strategic planning. Thirdly, improving our monitoring mechanisms. And fourthly, promoting resilience and sustainability. Guinea has provided environmental programs as well, and sustainable efforts have been made in supporting small-scale producers and improving their access to markets and so on, to enhance the value chain and provide for things like fortification of foodstuffs. We have also a program for enhancing our use of our mineral resources too, with setting up agro-industrial systems and making it clear that human capital, developing that is the most important, particularly youth, women, providing IT and the other tools which are needed in order to enhance this program. And finally, we are realize the importance of a resilient, equitable, inclusive, and sustainable food system, with the general effort of working together within the framework of the United Nations system. We call for solidarity and better coordination of our resources in the light of the responsibility which lies upon the shoulders of states and of other actors to improve and enhance our food systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for shedding light on how Guinea is transforming its food system through a whole of society, whole of government approach. I go now to the esteemed delegate of Portugal.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address you today on behalf of the Portuguese Republic. Portugal remains fully committed with the principles and goals of the 2030 Agenda. We continue to strive to transition to a more prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable society and economy, leaving no one behind. Portugal remains a strong supporter of multilateralism, with the United Nations at its core. In fact, as the world faces multiple interconnected challenges, multilateralism becomes even more important, as well as the need to strengthen global efforts towards a timely achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The transformation of food systems is a structural axis for addressing key global challenges. Mechanisms for follow-up monitoring and international dialogue is essential to achieving a participatory and responsible global balance. Portugal has been actively contributing to the global food security agenda and will continue to do so. We consider it very important to integrate food strategies into national public policies through a multi-sectoral and participatory approach, which is the basis of the national strategy for food and nutritional security we set up in Portugal. Territorial cohesion and social justice are fundamental to food transformation, together with the active involvement of small farmers, rural women, and young people who are agents of change. Furthermore, the transition to sustainable food systems must be supported by scientific evidence. On the other hand, regenerative farming practices and sustainable soil and water management can be an important component of the much-needed response to climate change and biodiversity loss. We also believe that competence centers in the private sector are key to accelerating innovation and digitalization in agriculture. It is therefore essential to strengthen the mobilization of public and private resources to achieve effective and sustainable solutions. These principles are at the core of our national strategy for food and nutritional security. So far, the progress achieved in its implementation includes improvements in social and nutritional indicators, such as reducing the risk of poverty and food insecurity, increasing support for vulnerable groups, promoting healthy eating habits, valuing sustainable agricultural and aquacultural production, gains in environmental management, and reduction of salt and sugar in food. Finally,
Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, launched under Brazil's G20 presidency. Portugal is a founding member of this initiative. We sincerely hope it brings renewed strength as a global force for action, uniting countries and partners to deliver real solutions from food security to social protection and ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you for your attention.
Portugal, thanks also for emphasizing the importance of partnerships and an inclusive approach that include the private sector and civil society. I go now to Central African Republic.
Thank you, moderator. It is an honor for me to take the floor on behalf of my country, the Central African Republic. First of all, I should say how grateful we are to the government of Ethiopia and the people of Ethiopia too for the warm reception which they've given us, and also to congratulate the governments of Ethiopia and Italy for the excellent way in which they've organized this meeting. Thank you too to the United Nations for inviting us. So 5 years have passed since the start of this work on food security, and the Central African Republic has made agriculture part of its development dynamic. through 8 points, which are laid down in our national route map, which provide a change in paradigm, which, as we see throughout the sector, this is the way in which we are to resolve our problems with food security and malnutrition and other such problems that are cross-cutting issues for the whole sector and the whole country. The country now has this route map to put its food systems on the right footing. For instance, strengthening inclusive, sustainable systems which are sensitive to people's needs, make them resilient to climate change, and provide other things which will make sure that we have enough healthy food available for the whole population. And between now and 2030, this will all be implemented. We also need to promote the transition of humanity towards a new approach to have access to nutrition and create an environment which will make it easier to bring young people and women fully into agriculture and to make them producers. We are providing research in order to increase production using innovative approaches. And of course, we make the most of our natural resources to develop them and to make sure that indigenous peoples and minorities are very much a part of this, with local produce being produced and sold in the local markets. All this, of course, comes up against the problem of financing. We need new financing technologies in order to provide the kind of financing that is needed for this mission for humanity to be carried out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and also for highlighting the importance of having a paradigm shift for food system transformation. Financing is at the core of this food system summit. There are many sessions about investment and finance. Very quickly, because we need to finish exactly at 2 o'clock. I need to go now to Ukraine.
Thank you, moderator. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers and our hosts for convening this important stocktake. I speak on behalf of Ukraine, a country that not only feeds millions of people around the world, but also continues to defend its right to exist and produce food amid full-scale invasion. In the face of war, we have witnessed firsthand the profound vulnerability of global food systems to geopolitical shocks. Ukrainian farmers have continued to sow and harvest under shelling. Sea routes are obstructed, infrastructure has been destroyed, yet we persist in exporting agricultural products, including grain, sunflower oil, and other essential goods, to more than 100 countries, including those most in need. This is not just Ukraine's struggles. It is a test for all of us, whether we can keep food systems truly sustainable, resilient, and rooted in rule-based cooperation. Excellent. In 2022, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, issued Decree number 41/2022, which defined national priorities for food systems transformation by 2030 and outlined a clear strategic pathway to achieve them. This transformation is built around 4 key pillars: healthy and balanced diets, environmentally friendly production, resilience to market volatility, accessibility of food products for all. Meanwhile, the harmonization of our legislation and agri-food practices with the EU acquis are another strategic pillar of national food system transformation. These priorities are fully embedded in Ukraine's strategy for the development of agriculture in rural areas until 2030, adopted last year. The strategy underscores our determination to align national policies with global commitments under the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. In doing so, we invite international partners to invest in Ukraine's green and resilient recovery. Our food system is not only vital to our national development, it is a pillar of global food security. Distinguished delegates, transformation requires equity. Ukrainian smallholders and war-affected communities need access to concessional finance, insurance, and social protection. Let us make sure that global finance mechanisms like those discussed at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development reach those on the ground. Science and accountability must guide our path forward.
We support efforts to mainstream data and evidence-based decision-making and to track real commitments from governments, private actors, and donors alike. Concluding, I would like to stress that despite all the difficulties, Ukraine remains a reliable contributor to global food systems. We will continue to act not just as a supplier, but as a responsible partner in building a future where no one is left behind, where food is peace and resilience is our shared currency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ukraina. We go now to Haiti.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege today of taking the floor at this meeting. I'd like to transmit the gratitude of the Presidential Council, which is transitional in Haiti, for the holding of this meeting. Here we are in Africa, in Ethiopia, in the land of my ancestors. Haiti knows more than anyone what an ecological crisis is. We have a structural crisis with politics and safety and security very much a part of it. And we are aware of the world priorities when the context is so fragile, when so many countries live through long, prolonged crises and are attempting to reform their food systems. We look forward to an ambitious transition with resilient, sovereign food systems available to all, with peace to be established in the country, which is the only way to provide the necessary structure for this to be able to happen, with a coordination mechanism for food security systems. We hope we can count on massive investment in our country. The government is basing its approach on public-private partnerships and partnerships with other countries as well, for us to be able to provide these ambitions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Haiti. I go Leah, followed by Niger. Namibia.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, allow me to convey our government's appreciation to the government of Ethiopia and Italy for co-hosting this critical summit, and for the United Nations Secretary General for unwavering commitment to food security transformation. It is a great honor for the Republic of Namibia to participate in this vital summit as the world comes together to reflect on the future of our food system and amid an era of profound transformation and uncertainty. We commend the United Nations and its partnership for convening this important platform and for galvanizing global towards more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable food systems. Namibia recognizes that the current global food landscape is increasingly shaped by the reality of the climate change, the technological achievements and population dynamic, geographic political shifts, and economical vulnerability. These interlinked challenges demands bold, innovative, and collaborative approaches that leaves no one behind. As a country largely arid and semi-arid, Namibia is especially vulnerable to climate vulnerability and environmental degradations. Drought and water scarcity continue to affect agricultural productivity, food security, and rural livelihoods. Yet, amid these challenges, Namibia remains committed to building climate resilient and food system. Namibia government, as part of the National Development Plan, have prioritized agriculture as one of the priority sectors and enabler to build sustainable agri-food system that will enable Namibia to become food self-sufficient and to achieve sustainable development goal 2. The government have undertaken to integrate climate smart agriculture, invest in only warning system, early warning system, and promote sustainable land and water management. Our national food system transformation pave way launched after the 2021 summit continue to guide our multi-sectoral efforts to ensure access to safe nutrition and affordable food for all. As part of the Namibian also places strong emphasis on empowering women and youth in the agricultural sector, strengthening local value chains. In conclusion,
thank you so much, Namibia. We go to Niger.
Merci pour la parole.
Thank you for giving me the floor, sir.
Niger souhaite que son intervention
Niger
soit ramenée
hopes
à la fin de l'issue de la présente
that
intervention. Merci.
we would be allowed to give our statement after the end of all the others.
Thank you so much, Niger. We go to Burundi now. If not, yes, please, sir.
Merci pour la parole.
Thank you for giving me the floor, sir.
Burundi
is aware that a well-fed population is the basis for a prosperous nation, and to strengthen the food security system is most important. And therefore, we are doing everything to carry out the necessary transformations to provide good quality, wholesome food for the whole population, to provide the necessary sustainable means for families to feed themselves, and to make the kind of transformations that would be an example to other countries. This would be provided through an integrated approach to minimize the barriers between the different areas of knowledge which are a part of its health, social protection, education, drinking water, and so on. This is the only way in which we can provide resilient food systems in terms of society and the economy. We need reform for Burundi to be able to bring its food systems up to the required level, to make them productive in the way that sustainable development requires. There are many different factors of production, different resources, which must take into account the differences in demography, and we must integrate our food systems into our political strategies. And to do this, we have made food systems part of national policy in order to sustain sustainable development and economic growth, as well as tackling climate change. A coherent approach is required for this. And this will, for instance, be a part of developing our agricultural heritage, stabilizing our markets, and so on. By reforming our food system, we will be providing access to small producers and make sure that it is a key element of our national policy, by bringing in, for instance, women and the young, and making sure that energy requirements are also met. There is also the importance of financing the food system through providing subsidies and guarantees for projects with a women's bank, for instance, and agricultural collectives or pastoral collectives, which will deal both with the country and the city. And as far as governance and cooperation are concerned, we must make sure that all our food systems are part of the whole, with a shared plan of action. And this is important for our multi-system strategies. where food systems will be a key element, with bringing together all the different actors.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. Thank you so much. Okay, I go now to the last two speakers, 1 minute each, because we need to let the co-host provide their concluding remarks. So, Iraq.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to convey to you the salutations of the government and people of Iraq. It is our pleasure to take part in the second UN food systems stocktake, which aims to achieve sustainable, inclusive, and resilient food system transformation. As we know, Iraq faces multiple challenges, including climatic one, and we base our strategy on the principle of meeting the needs of all our people. For this, we work with the private sector and multiple organizations in order to support food stability. We are committed to putting into action all the principles that have emanated from the 2021 UN Food Systems Summit. International cooperation, as well as technology transfer and food systems transformation, are important. We should not leave anyone behind. By way of conclusion, we would like to reaffirm that agriculture and food security are the basis of our strategies and also vision.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Our Constitution has enshrined the right food and food sovereignty as fundamental rights. This is not only a legal recognition but a moral and political responsibility that guides our national actions. To translate this commitment into reality, we have enacted the right to Food Sovereignty Act and Regulation, one of the few of its kind globally. Like many other countries, Nepal faces immense challenges in ensuring a sustained food production and the overall stability of its food system. Therefore, also in line with UN call, Government of Nepal has launched the Food System Transformation Strategic Plan. We have already initiated the process of localization of the food system transformation strategic access and pathway. We are empowering municipalities to lead food systems actions tailored to their ecological and socio-economic context. Likewise, countries
Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Chairman, the interpreters apologize, unless we have to stop interpreting now because of our subsequent assignment.
At the national level, we still have 2 days for discussion, many sessions that I'm sure you will be engaging in. To conclude, I would like to invite the two co-hosts, Italy and Ethiopia, to provide the concluding remark. Let me start with Mr. Marco Risconi, the Director of the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, high-level guests, dear co-chair, Ethiopian co-chair, ladies and gentlemen. I take the floor in my capacity as the Director of Italian Agency for Development Cooperation, which is extremely active on food security, a priority for the Italian Development Cooperation. It is a great pleasure for me to be here in this plenary session on behalf of Italy. The world has profoundly changed since 2021. In recent years, we have experienced a series of crises that have intertwined and reinforced. The combination of the pandemic, of the aggression war in Ukraine, and the growing instability in international agriculture and energy markets has tremendously highlighted the risks associated with excessive dependence on external sources for foods such as food. These upheavals have had effects everywhere, but they have been felt even more acutely in the most vulnerable context that has been said on the previous interventions, where the capacity to absorb external shocks is limited, and where food insecurity risks becoming a permanent condition, not an exception. In this context, the concept of food sovereignty takes on a renewed and strategic meaning. We speak of sovereignty, not of autarky. Sovereignty means the right and ability of each country to achieve the food self-sufficiency, to build agricultural systems capable of meeting their own needs, while simultaneously defending and maintaining their own identity. And it is clear that this is, first and foremost, the responsibility of the Ministers of Agriculture. For this reason, discussions we are having today, and which we'll continue to have in the coming days, to be valuable, concrete, and significant. They allow us to share experiences and difficulties while recognizing the diversity of our national situations. I would like also to touch on a point that is fundamental to us. The future of agriculture depends on new generations. We must ensure that agricultural work is a dignified and attractive opportunity for young people. We have the duty to preserve our agricultural traditions, but also to adapt them to the present and to the future, through innovation, through knowledge, and through access to technology. In doing this, young people will not merely be the recipients of policies, but they will be agents, active agents of change. A young person should never feel forced to leave his own homeland, his land, due to lack of prospects. On the contrary, we must ensure that they can, with confidence and optimism, build a career and a future in agriculture. In this context, human capital is at the heart of our approach. Of the 5 Ps of the Agenda 2030, in our opinion, there is one which is engraved in bold type, which is the P for people. We believe, in fact, that education, training, and access to knowledge are essential conditions for transforming food systems. Investing in people means strengthening communities, enhancing traditional knowledge, and at the same time promoting local innovation. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much, Italy. Thanks also for your leadership and for highlighting many issues that are at the core of the discussion, the summit, food sovereignty, the role of youth, the innovation, and the investment in people. Thank you so much. Now it's my great pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Gilma Amante, the Minister of Agriculture of Ethiopia. Please.
Thank you, Moderator. Excellencies, my co-chair. It is a distinct pleasure and honor for me to make this closing remark. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your great contribution to this discussion. Ethiopia has demonstrated itself in walking the talk. We have tried to turn insights into impacts by mobilizing the whole of society and the whole of government. For those of you who have joined the Action Day yesterday, on yesterday's day, we have set a practical tone for this summit. Delegates who took part in the field visits were able to see firsthand innovation and challenges on the ground. More than 400 delegates have engaged in the field visits that provided on-ground insights into innovative agricultural practices and local solutions. In Ethiopia, in transforming our food system, we took business unusual. As I mentioned already, we took the whole of society approach. We again took farm to fork approach, which includes all value chain from production to consumption. And we have created a governance model under 4 pillars, which includes federal level interministerial steering committee consisting of 16 ministries. And we have, of course, cascaded this to the subnational level. And we have the private sector and development partners pillar. And of course, Ethiopia decided to track its own progress by establishing indicators that integrated and international reporting requirements as well. So we have indicators that can monitor impact level indicators, intermediate outcomes, as well as output and activity level indicators to monitor our progress. Ethiopia's progress in food system, actually, we have aligned and integrated our national flagship initiatives in our food system pathway. We are lucky that most of our national flagship initiatives, 80% of them have already aligned to the food systems pathway. To mention some of the key initiatives, I think you have already heard in the documentary of this morning as well, the National Wheat Initiative, the Cluster Farming Approach, the Green Legacy Program, and the Bounty of the Basket Initiative, the Homegrown School Feeding Program, as well as Sakota Declaration are some of them that are aligned to our national food system. In moving forward, let me mention three key important issues. In Ethiopia, as we have already got our best practices, that means we have got the magic formula already. What is expected now is to scale up those best practices. Of course, in scaling up those best practices, there is a clear consensus that no single entity can achieve this transformation alone. It requires the active and meaningful participation of all stakeholders in the value chain. Second, we have to attract investments through the involvement of the private sector. With the support from FAO hand-in-hand initiative, we have identified key priority investment areas in the food system value chain. Therefore, it is critical to unlock and reorient financing in order to channel more public and private finance into sustainable food systems. Finally, Ethiopia will continue to adapt and learn from its journey to accelerate its food systems transformation and extend its experiences to others and learn from others' journeys as well. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Three key messages: scaling up, investment, and adaptation. Thank you so much for your leadership and for the hospitality. Thank you to all participants for the patience. This plenary session is concluded. Thank you so much.